And yes, we are live. Good morning, everyone. It is 3 a.m. for me, 4 a.m. on the East Coast, and we're getting ready for President Trump to make live remarks. We also have, I hope you guys can hear me. I don't know if anything's working right now, but we do have breaking news as of like right now, 2 minutes ago, from what I see. But let's see. Looks like the hostages have been released. I'm looking at that right now. Give me a minute. I just saw it on Twitter and I lost it. I should have here we go right here.
The Middle East, where hopes and prayers are finally being answered. We just got word Hamas has begun releasing the remaining 48 Israeli hostages, more than 2 years after they were taken. Of those, about 20 are still believed to be alive. You're looking at live pictures of Hostage Square there on the right. That's in Tel Aviv, where you can see thousands of people have gathered to celebrate the long-awaited news. On the left of your screen is the area around Raim, Israel. That's where the hostages are expected to be first arriving via helicopter. And that ship on the ground is perhaps going to be used in taking them to hospitals. We do not know. They'll be reunited with their families and then taken to hospitals for evaluation. A total of 251 people were taken by the Iran-backed militant group Hamas during a horrific and deadly attack in Israel on October 7th of 2023, more than 2 years ago. That, of course, is what sparked this horrible war.
So interesting that I talked about this last night on CobraCast or a few hours ago, but the Free Palestine crowd, the free all of the Stop the Genocide crowd, they are interestingly silent about this. Yeah, these are the same people that constantly wanted to bring up the genocide. This is the people that built their entire online identity over this situation, and none of them are talking now. It's interesting how none of them have anything to say, but it's almost like they never cared about this to begin with. It's almost like they never cared about it. It's almost like it was a one big giant virtue signal. It's almost like now that it's not happening, now that there's a peace and the war is over, it's almost like they have to find something else to be fake offended over. Interesting, isn't it? But hey, what do I know, right? I'm just a retard with a microphone. But anyway, thank you guys for being here. Yeah, I am half asleep right now. I might have got 2 hours in. We're waiting for the feed to go live with President Trump. First things first, Bobo Yogi with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Wyoming Sasquatch says working nights and I'll watch you live. So not a replay ad, no ad tax. I guess this is live at work tax. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Kevin Cron for 20 says like early morning CobraCast LFG. Thank you. Thank you, God, for your mercy and love you gave the world, President Trump. Thank you, Kevin Cron. And I appreciate your support. Scrooge Mago says, hi, hey, Jeremy. You see the song HMWH made about you? Link in chat. No, I haven't. I don't even know. My mind's not working well at the moment to understand if that's a joke or what. So, Luis C says, JD Advanced, D-Day Cobra Connect. Pastor of Muppets, formerly Master of Puppets, says, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Matthew 5:9. Why at this hour? Because they're in the Middle East. President Trump is in the Middle East right now. So that is why at this hour. His schedule is pretty crazy. I had that pulled up as well. Somebody said this right here. While you're sleeping, my president is out here saving the world. Yeah, pretty much sums it up right there. That's what President Trump is doing while everybody else is sleeping. While all the people that built their entire online identity to this, President Trump's out there saving the world. Let's see. So yeah, it's pretty interesting to say the least. The Laughing Half-Friend says, good morning. Just woke up for work and getting ready. Till 10 hours today. Hope stream goes well. I'll try to watch the VOD. Hope everybody has a good day. God bless. Thank you, brother. I hope you have a good day as well. I see you, Cole Hauser. What up, brother? Good to see you. Solar Felix says, it's a great streaming time here. 7 p.m. start time. Look at there. Not bad at all. Time's not great for me. So, Bebop says, first time Jeremy has worked hard in a decade, still gay. Look at that. Bebop always showing up. How you doing, Bebop? It's good to see you. Bebop used to come on this stream and drop bombs. Now he says, you're only worth $5, Jeremy. Get fucked. And I appreciate that, by the way. I'm just letting you know I haven't forgotten the support you gave me, and you still support. So, hail to you, Bebop. Bebop used to go crazy on me. Grumpy Gen X says, thank you for the coverage, D-Day Cobra. Hey, thanks for being here. Bruce Lee says, hail to the hardest working homosexual on YouTube. Your griftness knows no time zone. Is there any more live streams up right now? Let me see, because there could be more up. Let me see, because Fox News kind of sucks. So let's see if there's anything else going on. Let me see here. Right side has that. Let's see. Let me see. What is this? Here we go.
Between Israel and Hamas. And then on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, a live look there at Khan Yunis in Gaza as we wait to see the transfer of not just those hostages, but also several Palestinian prisoners that have been held by Israel and in Israel. Now, the U.S. and Egyptian presidents there chairing
Thank you, brother.
that gathering of world leaders, and we do see President Trump here. Let's watch.
Awake at 4 a.m. tac. There's President Trump right there. Thank you. You balls.
Mr. President, Amir Khan, Speaker of the Knesset, my partner Alon. Welcome to Jerusalem. Welcome to the Knesset. We've been longing for this day.
It's a great honor. Thank you.
It's our honor and pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bebop.
Know each other.
You mad lad.
We know each other.
Good. Yes, please. This way, Mr. President.
Okay, still. Video.
Let's start with one here. Let's look here first.
Now this one.
Then here.
This one, Avi.
And please here. Let's try again. Alone.
Now here, please, to Avi, everyone. And White House photographer, please.
Daniel?
Okay, עכשיו על הספר.
רגע, ראש מותק.
להסתכל על הספר. להסתכל על הספר.
נועם, טיפה את היד לשם. כן? אתה בסדר? היד.
Amen to that.
We'll be here and then everyone. everything okay?
I'm perfect. I'm good.
Yes, sir. Mr. President.
Thank you.
Don't call it. Come on.
Thank you very much. Move this way. I everyone move. Thank you.
Sorry. You're all good. You're comfortable. Cameras.
Daniel, White House Council.
As you can see, the boss commands respect. He is absolutely the man, and even the biggest Trump haters, they're having trouble spinning this one. But they'll try to figure something out. They'll try to figure some negative way to spin this one. But this is why he's the GOAT.
No, actually 2 days ago. 2 days ago. 11th.
Mr. President, will Israel be able to renew the war if Hamas isn't disarmed?
Mr. President, can we get a few words?
What would happen if Hamas does not comply with the? What would happen? What would happen if Hamas does not comply with your plan with disarming?
Is the war now officially over? Yes.
Will Israel not be able to renew the war if Hamas doesn't resolve?
Thank you.
This is accurate right here. He is the savior and ruler of the world now. He really is. I couldn't, no one can, so it's not just me, but like I just couldn't imagine being this important. He's that important. The entire world is paying attention. Literally, the entire world is paying attention to this man right now. It's incredible.
Another vantage point from inside of that venue, President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ready to enter here amid that Gaza ceasefire. We're going to continue to follow this closely, not taking any commercial breaks, no interruptions at this time. We have and are witnessing a pivotal moment in the war in Gaza. As we wait for this to get started and underway, let's go back to some more of the background regarding this entire situation. As the AP says this, Hamas releasing 7 hostages into the custody of the Red Cross on Monday, the first to be released as part of a breakthrough ceasefire after 2 years of war between Israel and Hamas in the devastated Gaza Strip. We have also seen several world leaders reacting to all of this news, and still Palestinians awaiting the release of hundreds of prisoners held by Israel.
I saw someone crying because they don't see a Palestine flag. They're in Israel, you dumb fuck. Do you see a U.S. flag right there? Like, what the? Are you really crying about that? Shut the fuck up. No one gives a shit. Okay, nobody gives a fuck about your crying. Good Lord, stupid fucks.
Really, everything happening across Israel, not just ahead of President Trump addressing the Knesset, but you can also see this hostage square very active on this day as families, loved ones, friends, they are preparing to welcome back.
No Palestinian flag. You don't know where you don't know anything about Palestine any fucking way. You don't know shit about it. Don't pretend that you care now. Not that to be fair, I don't give a shit about Israel either, okay? But don't come in here and pretend that you care because your social justice cause, you can't cry about it and get the traction that you did on social media 3 days ago. So we are currently waiting for President Trump. Apparently he's going to be speaking. Your Barmy says Jeremy's streaming over as is the only one that's dumb enough to be live at this point in time, except for me now. Again, Bebop, you got to show some love for Bebop, dropping $100, and on top of that, calling me a bitch, which I appreciate. So thank you, Bebop. Hail to you, brother. Laughing Haffer says, and if you don't have time to watch the video because it's 30 minutes, just thank you for taking the time out of your day to talk to me. God bless. And also God bless the chat. Look at that. Even a little love for the chat. There we go. There we go. Let me see here. I don't want to hear this. Yeah, I don't want to hear that. So I'm assuming we're going to hear from President Trump here soon. I think it's interesting that Fox News still hasn't gone live, and that was the link that I was paying attention to. Okay. Air Force One has landed in Tel Aviv. So, and let me see. We don't want to hear terrorist music. Holy crap. I didn't realize this. So while we're waiting on this, so what's interesting, and it kind of just shows you like the mindset of this, the Free Palestine people, you know, there's a streamer, her name is Valkyrie. and she's a big streamer, and she's part of the Free Palestine crowd. Yesterday, she made a video, and in her video, she was live, and she in her live specifically talked about how she sent Asmongold a message to get his advice on something. I guess it was something to do with like responding to Reddit drama. She, with her Free Palestine following, they lost their minds on her. And they forced her to apologize for DMing Asmongold for advice. So she responds right here, and she apologizes to her audience for DMing Asmongold right here.
At the end of the day, it is my fault for not being aware enough. And I apologize to my community. It was probably so hurtful and so jarring.
It was probably so hurtful and jarring to find out that your favorite streamer DM'd Asmongold.
I'm under a rock, and that's my fault. So I think everyone, including myself, should be more aware of, what's going on in the world and what people are saying. I just it is my fault at the end of the day. That is my fault.
Goodness.
It's literally no one's fault but my own. I'm not aware enough, and that's on me.
Somebody said it in the chat. I apologize for not seeing it, but someone said it. True. Literally worse than January 6th. This is worse than January 6th right here.
You're a good role model still at this point. I don't think so. I don't think I am.
She doesn't think she's a good role model because she DM'd Asmongold.
I think I have a good job of recognizing.
Not because you're just a lying, weak, pathetic human being. No. You're just not a good one because you DM'd Asmongold.
When I do mess up and accepting that and being okay with it, but and it's all good. It's all like I hear you guys. I see you guys. You're right. You're so right. And it is 100,000% my fault for not being aware enough.
I'm not going to listen to the next one, but I just said, this is hilarious. She has no real opinion on anything. Total bot. And I stand by that claim right there. So what a just pathetic human being. So yeah, there you go. That's the latest in the streamer drama world. Apologizing for DMing Asmongold. That's where you're at with your Free Palestine crowd. The worst thing you can be as a streamer is audience captured, like scared to be honest with your audience, because it shows that you don't really have any respect for your audience at all. And so she is like many other of these mainstream streamers where they just are terrified of their own audience. So yeah, there you have it. I apologize for watching Cobra Cast as Sleepies. Hey, listen, now that is worthy of an apology. You all should apologize for watching Cobra Cast, especially at 3 a.m. What the hell are you doing with your lives? What the hell are you doing? Isn't there a better streamer at 3 a.m. anyway? Like, seriously. And that's the thing. You shouldn't apologize because you're watching me per se for my opinions. You should apologize for watching me because there's a much better streamer covering these same topics. And yet you decided to watch me. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? At that point. That's the whole point. Let's see here. Let me catch up. UP says, remember, October 14th is Charlie Kirk Day. Yes, it is. And I believe President Trump will be honoring Charlie Kirk that day. Your Army says Palestine was in Indiana Jones, right? They lost. Found Hope says, I hope this peace lasts. I hope this peace spreads to the entire world. May God be with all and now and always. Thank you to Jesus Christ and his ultimate sacrifice 2025 years ago. God bless all. Listen, I hope it lasts too. I personally do not think that I mean, it's the Middle East, so color me, you know, you know, I can't even think of my words right now, but let's just say I don't have a lot of faith that it will continue. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. So I don't think I am though. So Icon Bearer says free beer Stein. Bruce Leroy Jenkins says my lurker tax. I mean Durka tax. Papa Fett says just got here. Where's the white women at? Tommy says good dreams can't sleep tax. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I need a can't sleep tax right now. Skeptical. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. I couldn't think of the word right now. I'm so tired. I got about an hour and a half of sleep last night. But yeah, once I committed to being on this stream and doing this, I was like, yep, it is what it is. America Man on Rumble for $100 and says, here's your overtime pay. Look at there. America Man for a MAGA red $100 on Rumble. Hail to you, brother. Appreciate it. And Dorkman drops 20 gifted memberships. Hail to Dorkman. I see the whole Rumble chat yelling at me saying I was ignoring Rumble. I just didn't have the tab opened. That's all. But I am always watching. Always. I actually have Rumble. I had Rumble last night opened on my phone here. So I'll be doing that now so I don't miss it. I try to never miss any of the chats because no matter where you're watching, I appreciate it. So there, I got you, Rumble. I got you. You have no worries. Pug says 20 minutes later, he did it. He loves us. So if you see in the top, right corner, President Trump is going to address. He's going to speak very soon. I would imagine in the next 10 or 15 minutes, but that's just me speculating. I don't know. Happy Jessica, by the way, to everyone in the chat. Sleepy says, just for being here, Fig. Look at that. $20 just for being here. Just for being here tax. I respect that. Sean Living Life says, paying my apology tax for watching you at 1 a.m. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just, I hope none of you were offended by me. I don't know if I should admit this now, but I hope no one wants me to apologize afterwards. But I actually DM'd with Ryan Kennel yesterday, and he said some really offensive words. And I just I hope no one's offended by that. I hope I never have to apologize to anyone over that. I hope no one tries to cancel me. Wiley Dave, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Yeah, so I did DM with Ryan Kennel. So hopefully I want to apologize. We'll see. Unworn Owl for 20 says, you may have MSDNC saying Biden could never done this, and CNN saying Trump deserves credit for this. And let's see. And even Crooked Hillary saying he's done it. Hell has frozen over. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's all just I think it's all part of a little scam for them, because they'll once things happen, like once this doesn't last, they will blame it on Trump. That's my theory behind why they're doing it. But who knows?
Trying to get confirmation as to who is inside of those vehicles, but it could be those hostages that were still held captive there by Hamas, released now because of this ceasefire agreement that was brokered and agreed upon. This is the first phase of that agreement. I do want to remind everyone that viewer discretion always advised as we bring these images to you live, raw, and unfiltered. But we are watching these Red Cross vehicles there being ushered through what appears to be a crowd. We do see militants there, a lot of people just watching this happening. But this, again, is at a military base there in southern Israel. Let's lift up the audio and try to see what kind of sound we're getting from this live image.
What's for breakfast, Jeremy? You know what I want? You know what I want? I want a sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin from McDonald's. That's what I want.
They're very swift movement
Oh,
of those
snap.
vehicles. They're
Oh,
still trying to
snap.
get through that crowd of
He's
people
trying to run
that
people
has
over.
crowded up in that space, and it does seem we just lost that image, but we wanted to bring it to you as it was happening at that time. But let's go out back to this. This continues to be that rally being held at Hostage Square as the remaining living hostages set to be freed by Hamas. Let's continue to watch. And also a reminder that we are waiting for President Trump to address Israeli parliament there in Jerusalem. We saw him arriving moments ago with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That still has not gotten underway, but once it does, we will bring it to you in.
Well, and I've already laid out the plan for how you keep peace in the Middle East. And I don't know. I mean, President Trump doesn't watch my show, unfortunately. And but I'm telling you, my plan to secure long-term peace in the Middle East will not fail. All you need to do is open up a few Buc-ee's locations. If you do that, you will have long-term peace in the Middle East. Multiple Buc-ee's locations, and I'm telling you, you will never have a problem. Okay? So it will not fail. You imagine that? How good that would be? Multiple Buc-ee's locations. That would be the best. If you've never been to Buc-ee's, then you don't know. But if you have, you know. Glenn Jones says, "Where the black women at?" No one ever says that. I wonder why. Darth Manic says, "I'm at work and I was watching the last stream and now you're live again." Yes, I made it. I was able to make it. Very stupidly, but I'm here. I've screwed up my sleep schedule completely. President Trump watches the Rumble chat, though, says Pugs. See, I see the chat. Your Army says luchador Palestinians will create peace. See, what's crazy is if Vince McMahon was still running WWF/WWE, like he would already have had a storyline in WWF with, Palestine and Israel and all of that. He would have had a whole storyline worked out about it. It would have been great. That dude says, Jeremy does a late night Trump stream, but doesn't do a Geeks Gamers Locals WWE stream. Leadership is defined by leadership. Honestly, man, I can't stomach watching current WWE. I tried, man. It's unwatchable for me. I've really tried, man. But WWE is it's truly unwatchable. Their whole shtick about how they're trying to present it as like a legitimate sport with ESPN now. Yet they're constantly showing you behind the scenes stuff, destroying, kayfabe, and it makes no sense what they're doing right now. TKO has absolutely ruined WWE. It is bad. And I can't stand how they go ahead and expose the business, but then they want to present it like it's a real fucking thing, how they report on ESPN. It is awful. Samwise Gamgee says, or that's not how he's, but anyway, Samwise says, why is this a big deal? My money is on it won't last anyway. Like within a year, we are back to square one. Common Trump dub, though. I mean, it's a big deal because there's nobody else that could even have gotten us to this point. That's the whole reason it's a big deal. There's not another world leader. There's not another president, not another politician that could have actually gotten us to the place that we are right now and getting those hostages released. So that's why it's a big deal. But I'm with you. I don't feel that there's going to be any long-term, peace. But I'd love to be wrong about that. But I don't see it. But hostages being free is a huge deal, for sure. Yeah, we're not gonna listen to that. What is this feed here?
the agonizing weight, the sympathy, the empathy, the understanding, the collective pain. People knowing that there have been families in this country who haven't known if their loved ones are alive, and that pain and that agony and that uncertainty has lasted for more than 2 years. And of course, exacerbating that pain, the frequent psychological terror manipulation propaganda videos that Hamas and other terror groups saw fit to release sporadically over the past 2 years, and what that did to the psyche of the nation, and of course to the families as well.
And we won't. The best part here is that while President Trump is literally creating world peace, Democrats are riding bikes naked in Portland protesting him. Nothing sums up the Democrat experience better than that right there. Trump creating world peace, ending wars, bringing hostages home, and Democrats have decided, you know what? I'm going to ride my bike naked in Portland just so I can protest Trump. It's absolutely hilarious. Mike Brown says, just wanted to say good morning, everyone, and God bless you all. Love your videos. You're doing amazing. Keep it real as always. Love you all. Everyone's amazing, except liberals, of course. Thank you, Mike Brown. Appreciate it, brother. Copied Kitty for 20 says, I'm very impressed. Thank you for getting up early to cover this. I'm impressed that I made it too, to be fair. So, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. Paul Stella says 63215, blessed are the peacemakers. And Trump is certainly that.
A just war against evil, so often lost in the protest action we saw at various prestigious campuses across the globe. A just war, a nation.
Nips Litter says this can all end very badly fast. I don't disagree. I personally don't even like that President Trump is in this situation. I don't like that he's in the Middle East. I don't want him over there. Let me see if I can find his schedule again, because I know I had bookmarked that. Give me just a second here. Caitlin Collins and Wolf Blitzer covering this from Tel Aviv look miserable. Yeah, I mean, they can't stand the idea that, Trump is actually basically doing something that they can't build any negativity out of. Okay, so here's Trump's schedule right here. Not that one. Let's see. Right here. So this is his schedule. So this is where we're at now, where President Trump arrives in Tel Aviv, Israel, meets with the hostage families. I think that's like right now, or was a bit ago. Oh, no, right now. So 4 a.m. That's where he's at right now. And then 6 a.m. he departs Tel Aviv and he heads to Egypt. That's in about 2 hours from now. Then 6:45, he arrives in Egypt. 7:30 Eastern, he participates in a Middle East peace ceremony. 10 a.m., he departs Egypt. And Tuesday, the president arrives at the White House. 12 a.m., 12:05 a.m. That is, the dude is an unstoppable force, dude. It's unreal. This man never stops. It's unreal.
Surrounding all of those vehicles, and you can see them as the camera does continue to pan out. This comes as President Trump set to address the Knesset, that being the first by a U.S. president since Bush, who was a fellow Republican, and he had spoken to Israeli lawmakers during his visit back in 2008. But we are following all of these developments here in real time as all of those 20 living hostages have been released by Hamas. And there on your screen, the images that we had of those Red Cross vehicles just moments ago. Taking you out to this, another social media post that we have here from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is in Jerusalem accompanying President Trump. He has this, including the photos of those 7 hostages that were released earlier on this Monday, saying, "Welcome back home." And taking us out to the images that we have in Tel Aviv and Hostage Square, as you can see, several people continuing there to cheer, to chant, and to celebrate this moment in a war that has lasted more than 2 years now in Gaza. Going back to this, Hamas there again releasing 13 remaining living hostages to Red Cross officials on Monday, according to the Israeli military. The Israeli military going to be taking custody of those hostages and take them onward toward Israel. Let's continue to watch these images live as they are coming out there out of Tel Aviv, and we wait for President Trump to address the Knesset.
Incredible stuff, man. It really is amazing. Let's see what
Talk to reporters from time to time. Again, maybe the U.S. president who is most
Thank
open
you
and
for
most
the
accessible to the media, even as he
125.
curses large parts of the media. He's always there, or often there, very often there to answer reporters' questions. And it's fun to see a colleague from our Hebrew channel here being able to ask the president a question and gaggle with him there in the halls of the Israeli parliament as Trump continues on his whirlwind trip through Israel to use every opportunity he can to get his message.
Someone said, is this AI Jeremy? Yes, again, this is AI Jeremy. The live feed that we're watching, that is live, but I am AI. I am not here. But I do have my AI trained to read $50 super chats and up, so I can always read those and respond. But anything else that's I won't see it. At least the AI won't know to read it, but I can hit $50 and up. That's just the way I train the AI for grifting purposes. So yeah, appreciate you guys being here.
Alon Ohel, Eitan Mor, Omri Miran, and Ga Gilboa Dalal. What a moment. And you're looking at live images on your screen right now. On the one side, Hostage Square, throngs of people watching on a big screen all the developments as they unfold. On the other side of the screen, the Re'im military base, where hostages are being received. When they get there, they know for the first time in 2 years, they are in safe hands. They are being met by members of the IDF. They get an initial health examination, and then decisions are made as to whether they need to be flown to specific hospitals and where they need to go to get the obvious treatment anyone would need on first coming out of the terror tunnels of Gaza and seeing the light and feeling the love of family once again.
Right. And again, the role of the Israeli military here, of course, is central in absorbing the hostages and in moving them on and giving them their first checks. But of course, the hospital is very central, Benita. You know, there had been almost no research about returned hostages, particularly children, because it's so unusual for even terror organizations to take children hostage, that the staffs at these hospitals looked for academic work on this and almost couldn't find it. And they at Sheba Hospital in particular almost had to write the book on this and literally wrote published articles on their experiences.
This is from yesterday. President Trump, right here, Politico. This is when he was on Air Force One heading to the Middle East.
First, more terrorists on China. Are you considering walking that back?
Who are you with?
Politico, Dasha Burns, sir.
Dasha Politico. Politico's gone bad. They've been so wrong about everything. Politico. Politico has been so wrong about everything. Let's get somebody else to ask some questions. You mind? Is that all right? Politico is fake news.
Did you see the look on her face? Look at her. She's so nervous. The moment she did not.
Dasha Burns, sir.
She did not want to say she was Politico because she knew it was going to go bad the moment she said that. Oh my goodness.
Considering walking that back?
Who are you with?
Politico, Dasha Burns, sir.
Dasha Politico. Politico's gone bad. They've been so wrong about everything. Politico. Politico has been so wrong about everything. Let's get somebody else to ask some questions. You mind? Is that all right?
Oh man, Trump is so funny. He's so funny. Love to see it.
Were tortured. Hostages were starved. hostages were moved from terror tunnels, in some cases to civilian homes inside Gaza. The agony, the uncertainty, the pain, it's been...
All right. Do you mind? Yeah, I like how you asked for her to like, hey, are you okay with that? Or can we just ignore you because your organization is fake news? So do you mind? Do you mind if we just ignore you? Love it. Love it. Love it. So we're currently waiting patiently. What is this right here? A massive sign thanking President Trump on the beaches of Tel Aviv that will greet Air Force One upon arrival. Wow. Holy crap. Look at that. Trump is the man, dude. The entire world realizes it. The entire world understands that Donald Trump is the greatest leader and the greatest president. And it's not even close. Not even close. There's no debate. Here's CNN
news coverage as we are, and welcome back to CNN's breaking news coverage as we are covering a historic moment here in Israel, because for the first time in 2 years, over 2 years, 738 days, Hamas holds no living hostages in its captivity for the first time.
Unbelievable. Wow. It truly is it truly is something that Trump was able to do this. Let me see if I can pull up another feed. Give me just a second here. I think I can pull up another feed. Oh yeah, she hates saying that. Like that brings so much pain for sure. You know that hurts them to say that. Big time. Fox News Live. You know, I was what was I watching? I was watching something yesterday. I was watching something on YouTube TV, and all it was commercial after commercial after commercial, and I'm like, this is why no one watches TV anymore, because it's just a bunch of stupid commercials. Like we're sick of it. We don't care. But we do have this feed up here so we can at least watch when President Trump is going to show up there live. But yeah, all the commercials on TV it was painful. I can't remember what I was watching. I had something and it was because I rarely watch regular TV anymore because regular TV sucks. But yeah, like the insane amount of commercials. I was like, this is why people don't watch this crap anymore. Ad block doesn't work on broadcast TV. Your Barmy says, I'm starting to feel bad. The networks send newbies who don't know better to get eaten alive by him. It is pretty funny. It is pretty funny. All right, here we go.
10 minutes till 11 in Israel, where President Trump is set to address the Israeli Knesset. And that's the picture that you see on your screen right now. He will be only the fourth American president to do so. Our Fox News correspondent, only the fourth, I should say, if I said it that way. Sorry, I'm getting a little punchy at this hour of the morning. Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty is here now to unpack the humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza. Marianne.
Yeah, John, well, part of the deal to end the 2-year war includes delivering tons of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Multiple sources are reporting that restrictions have been lifted, so now truckloads of aid will be delivered daily. This comes as a famine was recently declared with reports of widespread food shortages and starvation in Gaza. The critical supply deliveries will include food, medicine, shelter, and according to a UN office coordinating the aid operations, the scaling up of deliveries will include necessities such as cooking oil, meat, flour, medicines, and other essentials, as well as thousands of hot meals and food bundles. A UNICEF official is stressing that the need for this aid is dire.
UNICEF is ready. The aid must flow. Israel must open as many entry points as possible. The situation is critical. We risk seeing a massive spike in child deaths, not only neonatal, but also infants. given their immune systems are more compromised than ever before, nor have they had access to proper food for what is now years. To add to this cold winter, without adequate shelter and clothing, will be lethal.
And this is just going to be the beginning for these shipments. According to the UN, the shipments will include 190,000 metric tons of items to help Gazans, even as residents remain fearful of whether the peace deal will hold. And as the aid starts flowing, those planning to return to their homes, well, they're unsure of what they're going to find after bombings have reduced buildings and homes to rubble. John?
The rebuilding is going to be massive, but it's also going to provide a lot of employment, and that could be good news for the people of Gaza who have been really living in squalor for years. Marianne Rafferty, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Joining us now for some final.
Z-Herb says Trump is ending wars less than a year in. Meanwhile, Biden around the same time fumbled the Afghanistan withdrawal, and people will say Biden was better. Yeah, those people certainly should not be listened to in any capacity whatsoever. That there says G&G locals would never play this. Bad Bunny is available.
To hold off releasing on some of the hostages, but it appears that all 20 survivors have been set free. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm with you, John. And, you know, with this announcement, with what you just said, and the good news, I want to show your viewers something here, if I may, which is that I am going to take off this pin right now, the Bring Them Home pin, the pin that we have been wearing. And as an American Jew, I have been wearing close to my heart for the last 2 years. And this is no longer needing to be worn. And I'm grateful for that to President Trump, to Prime Minister.
That's still identity politics, you know, like just like because of my identity, this symbolizes I can celebrate this more. Like identity politics is garbage, no matter who is pushing identity politics. That's the equivalent of Stephen A. Smith saying, "As a black man."
Attacks against the Jewish community since the Holocaust, and now hopefully we can move forward towards more peace. And I'm grateful for this evening.
Well, it's a momentous time, and it's good to see you be able to take that pin off. Joel, thank you. Let's get some final thoughts from Jacob Oladort. Jacob?
Like, does it make, I'm just curious, does it make you, like, more virtuous because you're an American Jew, so your celebration should mean more? Like, how about as a human being? As a human being, I am very happy that this has happened. But no, you have to identify yourself so you can be viewed as more virtuous.
It's reasonable to continue believing in miracles, looking at what transpired.
Sad that so many of the hostages who are being released today will not be returning home alive. 28 of their bodies to be returned in the coming days, weeks, perhaps months. Hamas says it doesn't necessarily know where all of them are. But 20 hostages have been released. It is the work of President Trump who made it all happen. And even some of his political opponents in this country have been giving him props for getting it done. Joel Rubin, Jacob Oladort, thank you very much for being part of our coverage today. We appreciate your time. It is history in the making, and you're watching it with us here on Fox. People thought it couldn't happen, but the 20 hostages have been released. They are going back into the arms of their families. They are going in for medical care, and they are being received into the arms of a grateful and relieved nation. Much more.
And we should call it like it is. If Kamala Harris was president right now, none of this would be happening. None of these hostages would be freed. None of them would be reunited with their families. None of these celebrations would be going on. Call it like it is. Say it exactly like it is. Brutal honesty. That's what it's all about. Brutal honesty. Logan Miller says, good morning, Fig Hail Chat. 3 for 10 says, top of the freaking morning, Jared. This is a historic day which took a Herculean efforts Politico tomorrow. President Trump refuses to answer questions about hostages return. Debacle soon. Yeah, 100%. That's what they will do all day, every day. I give it 1 year. Brutal, honest. I mean, the bottom line is President Trump is we have President Trump. So I would say that's the difference in this situation. Again, I share that skepticism, but this is President Trump. So having him in charge, I think, is the difference. Having him calling the shots. But time will tell. I mean, if you remember, let me see if I can find it. No, that's not what I wanted. No, can't find it. Trump and JD advanced. That is correct. Okay. What is Posobiec saying right here?
Not just the redevelopment of Gaza, but also all the involvement and quite frankly, thousands of years of hate and bloodshed and carnage that's going around Gaza. Jack?
Well, Steve, that's right. And of course, President Trump putting his name on it is absolutely going to lead to a guarantee, but then also perhaps a check that will begin to see who is going to be wanting to cash that there in the region. Politically speaking, in Israel, there's obviously serious questions about whether or not Netanyahu's coalition will be able to continue, because as you can see here, peace is extremely popular in the area, and there's no question. You heard the boos a couple of days ago when Steve Witkoff was talking about the deal, and he mentions Netanyahu, and they immediately start booing. This is something where they view President Trump as the one who came in, worked with the Qataris, worked with regional partners, came in, put the leverage on Hamas, was able to get the deal done by having those direct negotiations not going through and having the IDF continue operations, which is what Netanyahu wanted to continue. So there's real questions as to what happens politically speaking there in the Knesset, and there's no and it's no coincidence that that's exactly where President Trump is going to be speaking very soon. So yes, he is absolutely involving himself directly in this process, the same way, by the way, that he did in Ukraine, Russia.
That's what Trump does. He's the deal maker in chief. Deal maker in chief. What is this right here? We got that one. I can't believe I made this stream. I'm tired as hell. Legitimately tired as hell. And Deathu is just like sending me hate super chats, which I do appreciate. And my AI, and again, this is where AI gets more advanced, but my AI has actually been reading the non-$50 super chats. I didn't train it to do that, but it just shows you how advanced AI is becoming. So, yeah, I can't be responsible for this though. So you can't get mad at me. This is the shot from Air Force One right here. Look at that. It's crazy, dude. They love Trump. They love President Trump so much. The world loves President Trump. And this is where, Hollywood, mainstream media, big tech, all these clowns, they are completely on the wrong side of history. If you're against Trump, you're on the wrong side of history.
To address Israel's parliament as Hamas releases all 20 living hostages as part of an historic peace deal brokered by the United States.
We're getting a live look at hostages released to the IDF after more than 2 years in Hamas captivity as they prepare to reunite with their families.
Emotional scenes out of Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, which has now been renamed Freed Square. Look at this right now, as Israelis thank President Trump for his part in helping bring the hostages home.
Thank you, Trump! Thank you, Trump! Thank you, Trump!
celebrations still underway in what they're calling Freed Square now, no longer Hostage Square. More than 1,900 Palestinian prisoners detained by Israel, including 250 serving life sentences, will be released as part of the deal and have now boarded buses at Israeli prisons.
So our president is set to head to Egypt later this morning, where they will host world leaders for a Middle East peace ceremony. Obviously, the Israelis won't participate in this. They did this last week. They're signing, but a great day for the world, for our country, for Israel, as a promise has been kept. All of the hostages are now free. We're just waiting for the dead now to be turned over.
Yeah, handed over to the Red Cross. And then they will be given initial medical screenings at a hospital in Israel. They will meet up with their loved ones, their family members, who were so thrilled to have them home. One mother of one of the hostages spoke to her son on a video call, and she said, "Matan, you won't believe it, my love. You're going to be okay. There's no more war. You're all coming home. All of you, sweetheart. Sweetheart, it's over. That's it. You're coming home, my love. I love you."
And of course, as glorious as this day is, there will be a long road to recovery for every single one of these hostages that get home. And I think it's important to remember that, we wouldn't be here without the vision and leadership of President Trump. He's a builder. You can't be an ideologue as a builder. You have to be somebody who deals in reality. And this is a problem that has bedeviled this region for 75 years and longer than that. And it takes somebody from the outside who looks at it and says, okay, you have to be a visionary, but you have to be a realist.
The most fascinating thing about all of this is when I look at the people that are involved in it. You have the Israelis, and of course you have the Palestinian Authority, the Palestinian people. And both sides have pictures of the president. Both sides are screaming Trump and Trump. So if there was any debate of who is responsible for this happening and bringing both sides together, it is been settled by the people there.
Yeah, when we woke up this morning, there were aid trucks, dozens of humanitarian aid trucks that were lined up on the Egyptian side of the Rafah border, crossing, awaiting to be signaled to go into Gaza. So the people who live in Gaza, they are thrilled that they're getting their aid. They're hoping their cities will be rebuilt. They're getting prisoners home in exchange for these hostages.
Trump's going to free Hassan's dog next. Honestly, man, I wouldn't put it past Trump. If the right person mentions it to Trump, I would put it past Trump to get involved. We're gonna free the dog. We're gonna free the dog. We're gonna look into it.
Egypt, and a lot of people want to blame Israel for the situation in Gaza, and I think it's important to remember that that there are other Arab countries around the Middle East that have could have provided more aid, could have done things to alleviate the situation there, and they aren't doing it until now.
But I think there's also a key point too, Charlie, of who got them to the negotiating table. Yeah. You had the Arab world, the Muslim world, that they were backing.
I mean, to put it in a perspective, and this is where we are. Even the most evil, vile person in the world is being forced to praise President Trump.
It's a really significant first step, and I really commend President Trump and his administration, as well as
do you know how difficult this is for her to say? This is painful for her to say. She hates this.
Arab leaders in the region for making the commitment to the 20-point
no warning. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Plan and seeing a path forward for what's often called the day after. Most importantly, the conflict hopefully will end with the ceasefire. The hostages will be returned. And then the very hard work of rebuilding Gaza, of finding the kind of security that Israel and the Palestinians after Hamas deserve to have, moving forward with the other points in the plan to try to create an opportunity for Palestinians to have a better life and for Israel to have greater peace and security. I am very hopeful that we'll be able to see progress. Today's a good start, but we have to keep going from here.
Oh, she is mad. That is not something she wanted to say. That is not something she wanted to say at all. But I think there's more to her comments.
Remember that
I don't buy her comments at face value.
Enormous concessions here, giving up thousands of prisoners, including some 250 that have been convicted of terrorism charges.
Wow.
The question about whether this holds or not will depend on, I think, what happens to Hamas and what happens to those people that Israel had so generously agreed to let out of their prisons in exchange for non-combatant, innocent civilians who were held as hostages in tunnels for the past 2 years.
It's important that we know this is only phase one as we listen to some of this sound right here. And of course, it's jubilation right now because a promise that was made to them by our commander-in-chief is actually happened. You know, to Charlie's point about the hostages being exchanged for the terrorists, that was always going to be the standard. We saw this back in 2011 with Eli Shalit. He was a soldier for the IDF, was exchanged for 1,000 Hamas terrorists. One of them was Yahya Sinwar, who ultimately planned and plotted the October 7th attack. And so there's a lot of people in Israel, although there's jubilation today because their loved ones are home, are worried about what's going to happen after this, Ainsley.
Yeah, I heard Jennifer Griffin talking about one of the prisoners that will be released and was responsible for killing an IDF soldier in 2000 and literally took the soldier's blood, had it all over his hands and was holding it up, if you remember those images back in 2000. He is one of the ones that will be released. But the focus here this morning is these hostages are back. Everyone's joyful
And hey, just so you guys know, because the tolerant left, even they have decided that they're going to stop complaining and stop crying, and they're all going to get together and they're going to praise Trump. Oh wait, no, they're not. No, they're not. Because scheduled for October 18th, there is a second No Kings protest to take place nationwide in opposition to Donald Trump and his administration. While Trump is bringing the hostages home and ending wars, the left has decided we're going to have a No Kings protest to oppose Donald Trump and his administration. Yep. Pretty interesting, isn't it? And I say go for it. Show the world how stupid you are. Show the world. I'm fine with that.
Military base inside of Israel. From there, some of them, the initial 7, are now preparing to go to hospitals in Tel Aviv. Those hospitals have been prepped to treat any emergency care, but from what we could tell, they tried to screen those.
Okay. I say this with all respect. We are the meme channel here. The third guy, top row, Ethan Horn. Is that his name? Ethan Horn? Kind of looks like fat JD Vance. Just saying. Just wanted to point that out. He kind of looks like fat JD Vance. Just a little bit.
Will also all receive a kit with personal items, a laptop, a mobile phone, and a tablet. But really, it seems like the wait is over. An agonizing wait for 2 years, which really consumed this nation. Everyone seemed to be connected to some of the hostages in one way or another. And now 7 of them being prepared to be transported to hospital. The other 13 now in the possession of Israeli Defense Forces, so under Israeli control. No more living hostages as we await for President Trump's speech at the Knesset. We don't know what he's going to say, but he's given a couple of hints. He said the war is over. So it's clear that President Trump is thinking bigger, far bigger than just a hostage release, but a restart, or as he wrote in the guest book, a new day here in the Middle East. Guys, back to you.
All right, Steve, great reporting on the ground. We're standing by for the president. He's going to be only the fourth American president to address the Israeli Knesset. That is their legislative body over there. And we're just standing by as there is jubilation, not only in Israel. I think that cannot be understated. There's jubilation in Gaza as well as Israel this morning, as all of the remaining hostages living have been released and are in the custody of Israel now.
And Trump will receive Israel's highest civilian honor in recognition of his efforts to bring the hostages home. It's the Israeli Presidential Medal of Honor. And then later today, he will be heading to Egypt, where he is co-hosting the summit of more than 20 world leaders, along with President al-Sisi.
Just so those scenes are just absolutely extraordinary.
You're welcome, Eric.
And to think about finding an area of agreement between these two sides, and to have both giving President Trump their highest civilian honor really does kind of is a snapshot that kind of tells you the whole story right there. And I think the way it all happened is the fact that I think that both sides believe that President Trump has the credibility they trust him. And I think a key part of it is because of that America First.
I think this is going to happen very soon because looks like the White House Twitter account is now live. So so this is going to be happening here in just a few minutes now. So let's see, has Trump entered the room yet? See if Trump has entered the room.
It's over. His challenge now is to prove that rhetorically and then diplomatically, when he flies off to Egypt and meets with other world leaders to discuss the next phase in this ceasefire and peace deal.
Yeah, Dom, I was speaking to a diplomat who said, with these things, it's not just about winning the war, it's about winning the peace and ensuring that these situations can be sustained in what is already an incredibly tricky region and part of the world where there have been previous attempts at different times in history to bring these two sides to the negotiating table and to hold some kind of peace. But this has been an incredibly traumatic 2 years for both sides, both the Israelis and the Palestinians. And you're looking at that split screen image there of both Hostage Square and, of course, the Knesset, where we're expecting President Donald Trump to give his speech, give his address, and as you say, an incredibly historic speech that will take place. And just in the last few minutes, we got confirmation from Egyptian authorities that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would be joining other world leaders and Donald Trump in Sharm el-Sheikh for that summit in Egypt. He's also believed to have spoken to the Egyptian president, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and he has confirmed now that he will be attending.
Deathy says, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this Free Palestine? The people that are talking about Free Palestine don't know what they're talking about, and it doesn't actually matter to them. It is just a virtue signal. It is just an opportunity. So essentially what Free Palestine is for extremely privileged white girls on social media to pretend that they care about a cause that they know nothing about. That is what Free Palestine means. Very privileged white girls, generally speaking, to go on social media, say that they care about a cause when they actually know nothing about the cause. That is what it means. That is 100% what that is. These people don't actually care. They don't have any knowledge. They don't even know what the hell they're talking about. So that's the truth of the matter.
And I think that when history is written on this moment, that strike on Iran, as sort of terrifying as it was, because I think it could have gone a lot of different ways, will end up being a really significant.
It's such a great point, Charlie, because we often talk about the president's foreign policy doctrine. It is that peace through strength, and obviously today we're at peace, but it took a lot of strength. And you're talking about Operation Midnight Hammer, where the president first unbuckled Israel and let them do their job first, and we came in for the finishes touches. And Ainsley, it brings me back to these final days of when they were working out this agreement, and there was crickets from Hamas. They just weren't cooperating. And the president releases their statement through Truth Social and gives them a deadline. Now, remember, he had previously given Iran a deadline as well.
So somebody said, I'd love to know what he threatened Hamas with. You know, all I can do is remember this story right here from Wesley Hunt. If I can get it
Feast
played.
upon by other countries. This is the definition of weakness. Trump story. This is my favorite President Trump story. This is my #1 favorite of all time. When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal, meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you. And the translator goes, and Trump goes, tell him.
Yes.
Tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
Sure did.
Do you know for 18 months not a single American was killed in Afghanistan?
Sure did.
That's the definition of strength. That's what I'm talking about. And so you could imagine that kind of sentiment being around the world. If we have an embassy in another country, no one's going to touch it because they're going to be fearful that they'll get a Moab on their head. That's how President Trump rolls.
That's what I voted for right there.
Not just in Israel, but you know, Hamas, a leading Hamas figure, saying to you this week that he also, and his movement also, congratulates and praises Donald Trump for his diplomatic achievements. So it has been, as often is the case with Donald Trump, but I think more than almost any other, an extraordinary path and journey for Donald Trump to get us from that to this point now where he's going to be stepping up to the podium in the Knesset, taking credit for this diplomatic achievement, and then laying out how he sees, or at some point today, he sees this peace being turned into something that's more lasting, that will guarantee an end to the war in Gaza, and will offer possibly the chance of a broader peace. Because
I saw the White House went live, so we know we're pretty close.
The events of October the 7th were so dark, so atrocious. It was an abyss that the region had tipped into, and there was global.
They can now get a job. I doubt that's going to happen.
Global sort of motivation at that time to try and actually pull back from that in such a way that a better future could be secured for the region. And those hopes, those ambitions, that promise was never really fulfilled. But there is a moment now, another opportunity, where you have all the partners in the region, Turkey, the Arab world, the Muslim world, aligned with an American president and European allies. And it seems there's many in Israel as well who want to see a completely new start. The last 2 years have.
Trump is unstoppable. His accomplishments are unmatched. The things that he is able to do, no one else could do. That is who he is. That's what his legacy will be.
Future for the region, for Israelis and Palestinians. It's a hope. It's always a slim chance, but it's fair to say there's never been a better opportunity, not for a long time. There's never been the goodwill and the combined diplomatic will, it seems, at least, of so many countries behind a re-energized American president to try and get something more out of this.
Yeah, Dom, and of course, as part of this deal, it wasn't just Israeli hostages being released, but of course, Palestinian detainees, some of them convicted murderers and terrorists, 250 of them who were serving life sentences, will also be released as part of this deal. And then some 1,700 who were rounded up without any kind of charges or trial and kept in Israeli prisons over the course of the last 2 years. We understand that 1,966 of those prisoners will be released, and some have been released. I'm being told Reuters news agency is reporting that the first of 38 buses carrying the released Palestinian detainees
Dorkman over on Rumble says, I have to bow out. I took my sleep meds just before he went live, and it's really kicking in. Well, thank you for the gifted memberships, man. I appreciate it. Hail to you. And everybody in the chat over on Rumble, make sure you thank Dorkman. 20K for those 20 gifted memberships.
To their homes, to their families who have been waiting for them as well.
Yeah, and there's a real contrast, isn't there, I think, for the reception that they can expect in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem here, with the kind of reception the hostages are expecting in Israel and can look forward to receiving in Israel. And a contrast, of course, between the medical treatment they'll expect, the Israelis, and the medical treatment the Palestinians returning to Gaza can expect, because, of course, the Gazan medical system has been obliterated, very, very badly damaged by this war and what Israeli artillery and airstrikes have done during the fighting around the hospitals in Gaza. But in terms of the kind of reception that the Palestinians can expect, well, the Israeli authorities, the occupying authorities.
Yeah, there's a genocide going on crowd is so quiet. You would think they would be awake right now at this moment, covering this historic moment. You would think the people that have made their entire identity about this situation would be awake and would be praising President Trump for stopping this genocide. But no, not at all. They're asleep in their own little home, doing absolutely nothing. Somebody said President Trump's live on Fox News. I mean, I have Fox News pulled up. This is Fox News feed right here. So unless there's like a different feed, you may be seeing like a replay of him from earlier. That might be what you're seeing on some feed. I personally do not see him live anywhere right now. I'm keeping my eye on everything. I could be wrong. But I've got the AP pulled up. I've got a bunch of different feeds pulled up, but I don't see him live anywhere. Nice and safe in their warm bed. Yes, exactly. Saying absolutely nothing about this. Interesting how that works, huh? Let's hear what they have to say.
Helplessly while Hamas launched a war that brought nothing but destruction and rubble to the Gaza Strip. So 2 million people have suffered here. They don't care about the people that are returning. They're, of course, the hangers-on from the Hamas's support base that maybe are still happy about what's happened here. But it's hard to imagine that anybody in Gaza right now will look out at the horizon and be pleased. It is a lot of rubble. It has been a lot of death and destruction. Hamas could have prevented all of that if they had just done 2 years ago what they just did today. And it took Donald.
Someone said nobody stopped watching it about it, or no one stopped talking about it. You just don't watch them. Oh, please send me the clip of Hassan thanking President Trump for ending the genocide. Please send me the clip of Valkyrie telling everyone how great President Trump is for ending the genocide. Please, I can't wait to see the clips of all of these left-wing streamers that have cried and whined. Please send me the clip of the fat, overweight, purple-haired land whale on Twitter that's been crying about free Palestine. Show me the tweets from them where they're very much celebrating this. I would love to see those clips. I can't wait. My DM are open on Twitter, so you can just send me direct links to these fat land whales. Look forward to it.
Or there were journalists at the Knesset, at Israel's parliament. He got up in front of them and he said, they will dismantle. He's made it very clear that this terrorist group is not going to continue to run the Gaza Strip. Now, we'll have to see how the Arab world, the Muslim world responds, whether we hear the same thing echoed today in Egypt when the president meets with these world leaders.
Hassan isn't real political anything. Listen, what did I say? Who are the people that represent you? Hassan Piker is the biggest left-wing streamer on the internet. He is who represents left-wingers and free Palestine losers. That's who he is. He represents them. Do you know who represents non-leftists? Joe Rogan, Benny Johnson, Steven Crowder. You know, the list goes on and on. You guys have Hassan Piker. And you don't even have a close second, by the way. Hassan is your leader. Enjoy it.
Live.
All right, they're going to a commercial. They have to grift, apparently. Yeah, I love that Hassan represents the left. That makes me very, very happy. And they can't do anything about it. Like, that's who represents them. That's the person that represents you. You deserve it. What about Destiny? Well, Destiny's not a bigger streamer than Hassan. I don't think he's even close. Like, he is big. I mean, he's a big streamer, but Hassan gets like, I don't know. Hassan gets so many freaking viewers. It's crazy. But so that's the guy that represents the left right there. That's their Joe Rogan. And I don't even like Joe Rogan that much, especially Joe Rogan whining about illegals being arrested the other day. Like, you know, again, I don't hate Joe Rogan, but Joe Rogan, I mean, again, it took him to the night before the election to, you know, support Trump. And now he's crying about illegal immigrants being arrested. And his argument was, well, if they've been here for 20 years and you're taking away. So we're supposed to say, oh, well, you've been breaking the law for 20 years, so you get to stay? What is that? That's an insane take. Yeah, you've been breaking the law for 20 years, so you're good. It's not a big deal. I don't dislike Joe Rogan, but I'm just saying I'm not a fan of him either. I'm not watching Joe Rogan to get, you know, level-headed political takes.
Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. The Prime Minister, I'm told, Benjamin Netanyahu, has spoken by phone with the Egyptian president as U.S. President.
Sexy Moon Goddess says, hey, Jeremy, what a great surprise to see you live at 3:30 my time, especially since I couldn't sleep. The chat is very happy you're here, Sexy Moon Goddess.
International summit on Trump's Gaza peace plan in Sharm el-Sheikh. So that's according to local news reports. And of course, the Egyptian president and Benjamin Netanyahu have not spoken throughout the war. And Abdel Fattah al-Sisi did not initially invite the prime minister to today's summit. We understand that the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas will be among the 30 world leaders at the summit. And Benjamin Netanyahu will now join them too. So, Dom, Donald Trump.
You know what makes me happy? Okay. And it should make all of you happy. Bills Mafia makes me happy. Buffalo Bills fans, they make me happy. This is the Bills Mafia. How can you not like the Bills Mafia? How can you not appreciate the Bills Mafia? He's so happy.
To put the pressure required on the various countries in the region that he believes need to make movement on whatever's required to make this process happen. So he, as you say, was very angered, we're told, by Israel's attack on Hamas leaders gathering in Doha and Qatar. There was a sense of Israel overreaching, having had a very successful 2 years militarily against any number of enemies, deciding to use airstrikes to try and kill Hamas leaders in the capital of Qatar on sovereign territory there was regarded as going an airstrike too far, and that seemed to really motivate Donald Trump to deal with the Israeli Prime Minister fairly heavy-handedly. We saw those photographs of him with a phone handed to the Israeli Prime Minister, who then had to phone the Qataris to apologise effectively and say that it wouldn't happen again. But he's also, it seems, used his authority to make things happen with the Egyptian president, as you say, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. And obviously relations between Egypt and Israel have been extremely strained for the last 2 years during the Gaza conflict for any number of reasons. And the Egyptians, it seems, were minded not to invite the Israeli Prime Minister to this summit, in contrast to other summits we've seen in Sharm el-Sheikh in the past in previous peace processes. But it seems Donald Trump has intervened and urged the Egyptian president to invite the Israeli Prime Minister, and he will now be going. And also Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian president, is going as well. So there is the full set now of Middle Eastern players going to Sharm el-Sheikh, as well as a lot of other world leaders. So if there is a chance of success, surely it has to be grasped now under the stewardship of Donald Trump, who seems very much motivated not just to settle for the TV, made-for-TV moment that he's going to be enjoying today and in here and also in Egypt, but also who seems keen to make this a lasting peace for Gaza, but potentially also, possibly, with broader implications for the Israelis and Palestinians beyond this.
Dom, I'm just going to keep you there for just a moment because we're bringing up pictures of one of the hostages, Bar Kupenstein, 23 years old. We can just image up on our screens. He was taken from the Nova Music Festival, and Bar was provided with first aid to his injuries when he was actually, I'm told, Bar was providing first aid to the injured when he was taken hostage. So he was taken from the Nova Music Festival. Let's just have a little listen in.
I mean, it's obviously it's tough to watch. But I mean, me personally, like, I wouldn't have cameras on me, man. I would not. This is a genuine moment that I would want. But again, that doesn't mean they're wrong for it. If I'm in that situation, I'm like, get the cameras away from me and let me just enjoy my moment. But I'm not criticizing.
Others speaking for the first time to their children after being separated 2 years ago and not knowing at times whether their children were alive or dead after they were taken into Gaza, relying on Israeli intelligence to provide them with information, relying on the IDF. I spoke to one father the other day who's been told that his son was killed and he will have to wait for the remains of his son. And he said to me, I don't want to believe it until I don't see my son. I don't want to believe, and that's the only thing that has continued to give me hope. But you're looking there at the pictures of Bar Kupenstein, 23 years old. He was taken from the Nova Festival and he was providing first aid to the injured when he was taken hostage. Let's go back to my colleague Dominic Waghorn, who's sitting by watching these images of the Knesset, of course, because we are waiting for President Donald Trump to arrive any minute now. And Dom, we're just looking at images coming in from Reim as well, because of.
Also, Trump is. There is so Margot Martin, who basically follows Trump everywhere. She's got videos right here. So this is President Trump meets with the hostage families and listens to their stories. So this is going on. I don't have another feed of this though. So there's no feed of that I know of. So we are waiting for him to take the stage here.
Pictures of a reunion between a hostage and his family that we've seen today. But recently on social media, a video was posted regarding Bar's father, Tal, and the video showed Bar's father, Tal, walking with the help of two individuals. The caption on X read this. It said, hostage Bar Kupenstein has a huge surprise waiting for him at home. His father, who'd been paralyzed and non-verbal due to an accident, has learned to walk and speak again over the last 2 years so that he'd be ready to hug his son and tell him he missed him. So, I mean, extremely emotional scenes there and an extraordinary homecoming for Bar Kupenstein to his father and the rest of his family. His father, who now seems to have recovered to some extent from a cerebral injury that was suffered before October the 7th. So he would have been taken not knowing his father was on the path to recovery, and now is reunited with his family and has that good news shared with him. And, you have to remember that each one of these cases has an extraordinary story, a story of a powerful human story behind them for the hostages, but also obviously for the tens or hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who are now heading to their homes in Gaza. The hostages are out, but the Palestinians, of course, are heading home to little more than rubble. So many of them have lost relatives who have been injured or have seen relatives injured and paralyzed. 67,000 killed.
Well, the good news is all the left-wing streamers that are virtue signaling over Free Palestine, they're going to donate all of their proceeds. From what I understand, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure like all of those left-wing streamers that have said like the only thing that matters to them is Free Palestine, I'm sure they're going to donate all of their earnings to helping rebuild Palestine. I mean, I would just assume that's what they're going to do because this is the most important issue in the world to them. And they have said like, if you don't stand with them. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure it'll happen.
These millions of Gazans, 2 million Gazans, the vast majority of whom have lost their homes. And we've been following, our cameras there have been following some of those families heading home, basically to go back, set up a tent on the rubble of where their home once stood. And the priority is obviously getting aid in to at least stabilize their situation and stabilize the situation both socially but also politically in Gaza as soon as possible.
Dom, we're waiting for President Trump to address the Knesset.
They'll donate shot callers. Thank you, Tommy.
From
Appreciate it.
his speech that we're going to be expecting, he apparently says this is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world. And he very much made it clear when he entered the Knesset building.
Bedlam says, just checked out an AI voice G.I. Joe comic issue 1 video. Very cool. Listen to all 13 Joes. Let there be peace. Send me this video. DM me on Twitter. Send me this video. I want to watch it. Echo Base Network, Nick it says, bro, what the F are you doing up this late? Hail Jeremy in the 199. I'm actually up early. That's where I'm at. I'm up early. I got like 2 hours of sleep. Operation One says, best regards from Israel. Thank you, President Trump. God bless Israel. God bless President Trump, and God bless America. Thank you, Operation One. Appreciate you, man. Your Barbie says his wife locked the folding table effed up. All right, let's see.
Table on a number of occasions, and as did the Biden administration. But it feels as though this time it's going to be very different. Dom, I'm just going to read you. An excerpt from Anshel Pfeiffer, a reporter with The Economist, who said the last time that Benjamin Netanyahu met Mahmoud Abbas was in 2016 at Shimon Peres's funeral in Jerusalem, and Bibi humiliated him by not mentioning, along with the other dignitaries in his eulogy. I wonder how they'll get along this afternoon.
Yeah, let's see. All right, Fox News is not live right now. Let's see. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. But yeah, the only thing we have is that kind of like behind the scenes shot of Trump meeting with the hostage families. And I guess with Netanyahu is going to Egypt, so they're all making a big hoopla about that. What the hell is this? Okay. Usage for 10 says that, if Greta had just waited 2 damn weeks, she could have brought that flotilla into Gaza like a GD savior. Yeah, what's Greta thinking right now? Like, what's she thinking? I'm sure she's very, very excited about all of this, right? I'm sure she's going to praise President Trump. I'm sure she's really, really beside herself right now. I don't think there's going to be any negativity from her at all.
Is there here in the in Sharm el Sheikh of the French president and the British Prime Minister in a bilateral meeting that took place a short time ago. Our own Beth Rigby is there.
What's up, Zinni Biscuit?
The British Prime Minister. She's travelled with him, so we'll speak to her shortly.
Doesn't the Obama presidency seem so insignificant? I truly think that that's probably, like, among so many other things, but like one of the single most impactful things that President Trump has had is the ability to almost eliminate everything that Obama has done. Like, Obama's legacy is gone. It's irrelevant. He has no lasting legacy. And what's important about that to remember is that if Trump doesn't come along, Hillary will win. Hillary would have won, and that would have continued the Obama presidency. And I'm not sure Republicans ever get power after that. I mean, it's a huge deal. It's huge. And that's one of the greatest accomplishments of Trump, is to eliminate the Obama presidency.
Authority. They are key to this. They are key to the day after in Gaza. And so the fact that Mahmoud Abbas is here is clearly very important. Netanyahu is the Israeli Prime Minister. He's not going anywhere at the moment, certainly until elections happen in Israel. So he is a key part of this process. So the fact that he will be here is very significant indeed. It does make you wonder what the optics will look like.
Already seeing people coping by going that a peace deal isn't the same as Free Palestine from cartoon fans and leftist artists on X. Evil people. These people, this is why there is zero reason to have a discussion with these types of people. There's zero reason to have sympathy for them. They never cared about this, and they were never going to care about it. And all I will say, like, listen, man, people can have whatever opinions they want. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You can support whatever you want to support. All I say to the Free Palestine crowd is, why don't you go over there right now and have a conversation? See what happens. Obviously, none of them will, and none of them should. You would be an idiot to do that. But if you feel so strongly about it, if you feel so passionately about it, go on and see. Go on and see what a conversation will get you. Prophet JD says none of this should matter beyond performatively appeasing U.S.'s strategic ally. There are horrors on other continents that we invest no emotion on because the cameras aren't pointing at them right now. Well, I mean, yes, to an extent, I see what you're saying. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like pandering for sure going on. So, let's see. Lance Finn says, really respect Jeremy for this stream. I don't know anyone else who would launch a stream at 3 a.m. to cover world events. I mean, I am the definitive political streamer of our time. Geopolitics is my specialty. And you guys come here for top tier political coverage, and that's what I'm here for. So I appreciate it though. Derry Murphy says, doesn't the Obama, I got that one. Let's see that. Jim P says, I thought the leftards are rebuilding Gaza. Yeah, it's amazing how that works, isn't it? Ministry of Wrong Thing says Frogan's face looks like a J the Jet character. Watch the skies, New York. Okay, gotta go work. Hail the 199. Thank you, brother. Glenn Jones says that Tony Blair, Obama, Clinton, Bush are the axes of evil. They have done so much damage to the West. And let's see. Hope you're doing well, by the way, Jay. Sorry for my absence. No apologies, man. You got to get things done. So I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. So yeah, we're waiting. Trump, clearly a very, very busy man. Are people getting, is this a live shot right here?
Read Square now. We'll bring it to you live as we look at the Knesset.
Yes. So it looks like we're getting very close now. We're getting very, very close now. So, because that was Pete Hegseth, that was Marco Rubio. So it looks like we're getting close to President Trump making his appearance and his speech, his long-awaited speech. Let me see. That's at. And yeah, so I did get about 2 hours of sleep last night. I hopefully I'll remember this stream tomorrow, but yeah, I got a little bit of sleep. I was actually shocked that I got any sleep. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to even sleep. I did. He's up at 5 a.m. Yes, I'm up at 5 a.m. Jonathan says, when is Stacey Abrams appearing as the president of Earth? That would be stunning and brave. Thank you for the super. Conservative Mama says, no sleep yet. Just grab a nap later, Jeremy. I don't really like taking naps because it throws me off on my sleep schedule, because I am a very schedule oriented person when it comes to sleep. Nothing else about me is schedule oriented, but I do need to, like, screw my sleep schedule is not something I like doing, because I just recently got it where I wanted it, where I'm getting up around like 7 or 8 in the morning now instead of like 11 or 12. But yeah, so this will hopefully I can just stay up the rest of the day, but we shall see. We'll see how it goes. Joshua says, I was going to watch your 4-hour stream from earlier. Then I saw this one. Jeremy needs beauty sleep. I mean, if that's the case, I need a lot in order for that to be a thing. Because, yeah, I would need a lot of sleep to get beauty sleep. Solo Felix says, first time viewer, why is an Alabama AI fig hosting? Well, technically, by the rules of my AI, I'm not supposed to read your super chat, because I am AI. I'm not really here. I've programmed my AI to host this live stream, but I'm only allowed to read $50 super chats and up based on the programming of my AI. So yours just kind of slipped through the cracks. Mez for 20 says, coffee money so you can be more woke. There is a thank you, Mez, for the 20. I'm sure Chad is very excited to see Ivanka Trump there. I'm sure the chat's going to be very, very calm about seeing Ivanka Trump standing there. Look at the chat. Oh boy. Thank you, Mez, for the 20. I appreciate it.
Peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. And so that looks like Ivanka Trump there, who is being applauded. Her husband, Jared Kushner, of course, playing a key role in this. Dominic Waghorn is with me. It looks like it's about to start. But what do you make, first of all, of these lines that we're getting? It is time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield.
Everybody's paying attention now that Ivanka's there. She's got a great personality, though. She definitely has a great personality. She just woke up. She woke everyone up. Well, it looks like we're getting close. Everybody's filing in, all the important people from the administration. So, what's up, Candy T? She is intelligent. Wally TV says, I had 5 hours of sleep and woke up to this. So having coffee with you guys. Yeah, and I probably could have slept another couple of hours, but hey, you know what? We're here. So all good.
News agency, and I think, as you say, that the key thing that you alight on is him saying that Israel has won all that can be won by force of arms. And that is, it seems, the American president calling time on 2 years of Israeli military hegemony in the region, where they have gone from one enemy to another to destroy them, starting off with Hamas and then Hezbollah, then attacking the Houthis, playing their part, they would say, in the Syrian revolution and then going on to attack Iran. But then over.
All right, let's go over here.
Living hostages back in Israel now, many of them getting medical care. But you'll see in the crowd, we saw Ambassador Mike Huckabee, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, John Ratcliffe, Stephen Miller. And when Ivanka walked in, everyone stood up and clapped for her, and she was saying thank you.
Yeah, that was a real, you saw the room change when Ivanka arrived in the room, Ainsley. Over the weekend, her husband, that's part of.
Yeah, welcome to being, a hot chick. So yeah, hot chick enters the room. Suddenly the attention in the room changes. Yeah, there you go. So, and I know Jared Kushner was involved in the negotiations, all of that, but let's be real. Yeah, it's because she's hot. Okay. Laura Lynn Lance says, I'm up and found you live streaming. Hugs for you, Jeremy. Thank you, Laura Lynn Lance. Appreciate you.
Spoke to Danny Danon, the ambassador to Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, and he said that he was very hopeful. Obviously, the very difficult times lay ahead, but that this ceasefire, this moment, never was going to arrive unless the hostages were released. And of course, we started to see that. There remain a number of hostages who have died that Hamas has to locate and exhume and return to Israel, but Israel is not going to relent until they get every single one of those innocent hostages returned.
We have received President Trump's speech at the Knesset, and not sure if this is all in the entirety or if these are just excerpts, but one of them says, today, the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace.
Such a good point, Ainsley. And then he also later on says, and this really stuck with me, again, this is only portions of his speech that they are releasing to us. He says, the God who wants to dwell among his people in the city still calls us, in the words of Scripture, to turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. And this was the call of the president, essentially, that 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name would humble themselves, pray, seek my face, turn away from their wicked ways, then he will heal the land. And I think that is his plea to the Arab world today, many of them that have decided to choose radical Islamic terrorism. This is your second opportunity. You have a chance to go back home, rebuild, choose economic prosperity, and turn away from the hatred that is within your heart. And the question is, as this is only phase one, we hope to get to phase two. Will they take this opportunity?
We've become friends with Lizzie Zavetsky over the last 2 years because she's been on our show a lot, pro-Israel activist. She was there in Israel on October 7th, 2 years ago, with her family, with her children, in a bomb shelter. And she joins us now by phone because...
Somebody says, toughest job in the world, Jeremy. Yes, this is a very difficult job. And just, pray for me. And because, I'm sitting here. Is this live right now? I'll drop my sarcasm if this is live.
At the live image of President Trump walking into Knesset. Now, this is such a surreal feeling to be here on this day, to get to be here when the hostages come home, to get to have the leader of the free world here taking the stage addressing our nation, the nation of Israel, the Jewish nation, and the world to discuss this. And it's just absolutely incredible. I'm so incredibly grateful. And now we can really start to heal. And it's amazing to be just a couple miles away from where this is all happening.
Lizzie, we're going to take this moment real quick as the President of the United States is entering into the Knesset, and you hear the applause. Let's listen in.
Bro, if Trump leaves with YMCA playing, it will be the greatest thing ever. Can you imagine if he leaves with YMCA? MAGA King deserves it. He deserves it.
Miriam Edelson there on the balcony. Show how much they love you.
נא לשבת.
Please sit down.
חברות וחברי הכנסת, היום יום שני, כ"א בתשרי התשפ"ו, 13 באוקטובר
2025, and I'm intending to open the special session of the Knesset in honor of the President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump. Dear Knesset members, I would like to remind you that this is a special session, and therefore there will be no disturbances, and whoever will disturb the session will be expelled from the session. And there will be no warning, and it is allowed to applaud in this session the Honorable Mr. Yitzhak Herzog and his wife Michal. The honorary the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his spouse Sarah.
So we saw that crowd go wild. The Knesset, that's their legislative body, as the President of the United States was introduced. I mean, we lost count, guys, of how many minutes they were clapping, and now the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has been introduced.
There he is waving to the crowd. It's incredible when you think about all that they have been through as a nation. So many loved ones lost, so many hostages not sure where they were, what was happening to them, all the anguish, all the images that we've seen over the past 2 years of what happened when Hamas would invade their homes. And now they are finding out such jubilant news that the President of the United States, who is there at the top at the stage, he helped broker this deal of peace.
And this is a part of the world that is defined by war. It's defined by fighting. You have to fight. For every inch and every minute. And what will be interesting and what will be important going forward is whether they can arrive at a lasting peace that will put an end to all of that fighting.
And it can't be lost on us. What a win for Benjamin Netanyahu. He is dealing with a fractured government. The Knesset, all their
Sorry, I had to mute. I think that Netanyahu is doing everything he can to latch on to Trump because he's so incredibly unpopular in Israel, and he's trying to do everything he can to try and make people not realize how unpopular he is, but he is incredibly unpopular. And his like him latching on to Trump and trying to make people think that he's not as hated as he is cringy as hell if you actually pay attention to this.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee.
We're going to take this in. Let's listen to this a little bit.
The Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. Two key players, President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who is here with his partner, Lauren.
Did I just hear Trump say he's a great guy? He's a great guy.
And Jared Kushner, who is here with his wife Ivanka.
Along with his, we're watching the President of the United States, as long as with his cabinet and key members, a ruckus crowd as they honor the two men that have been the president's ears on the ground negotiating this deal, Steve Witkoff, as well as his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, as well. Let's bring in our own Steve Harrigan. He knows this area very well. He's live in Jerusalem. Explain to us, Steve, what's going down on the ground there as they honor our president.
It's really been a moment. We've heard from politicians on all sides and really from civilians for days and days now, really in praise of President Trump and what he's done. There's a sense that his personal commitment, his skill, and his alliances and the decisions he's made have really made this possible, and a drive to achieve something which has eluded people for the past 2 years. There was a lot of negativity, a lot of thought that this could not get done. And today, you know, you see people around Israel with tears in their eyes, really in disbelief at what's happened here. The president is going to address the Knesset, and we don't know what he's going to say, but he's likely to paint a bigger picture, that this is about a new start in the Middle East.
So you've been obviously covered this for a very long time, Steve. And can you put into perspective for us previous?
I just got a notification. Well, this is like 5 minutes ago, but Hamas confirms the first of 38 buses carrying Palestinian prisoners from Israel has arrived in Gaza. You know, what's crazy about that is like to me, and again, I'm not an expert in all of this crap, but like the trade-off between the prisoners that Israel was holding versus the prisoners that Hamas was holding, that to me feels like the Brittany Griner trade times 1,000. That's what it's, because I mean these Hamas people that Israel's releasing are not good people at all. And that's the thing that is weird about it. But again, necessary for them to accomplish or need to accomplish to get this ended. But it's a bad trade-off.
And we're learning that Benjamin Netanyahu is now going to Egypt.
Huge.
They're meeting with so many world leaders, many from representing the Arab world, others representing the UK, but so much support.
This is a president who's been able to be popular on both sides of this world, a world that's been fighting each other for hundreds of years. He's managed to maintain and strengthen relationships on both sides. You remember, his first visit in both his terms was to Saudi Arabia. And in the most recent term, he went over there and said, we're not going to tell you how to live. He has personal relationships with leaders who trust and respect him. And it was that personal drive of an individual which has made this happen.
You know, Steve, you're not a political guy. You're a war reporter. You've covered many wars here on the channel. I feel like Donald Trump has redefined how you do diplomacy. This is not the traditional way, yet he has found a way to bring Hamas to a heel and get peace in the Middle East, which we have been struggling for decades to get.
You wonder if it can be repeated or if there's another politician on the scene who has.
I know this is completely unrelated, but it's kind of related at the same time. But this is funny, but real quick. Pokimane and this Lily chick announced they have canceled their scheduled podcast episode with Hassan. Quote, it did not feel right uploading tomorrow's episode at this moment in time. Oh, these people, they are so like, they are just will eat each other alive. It's fantastic.
Turkey and Erdogan to take part in some of this in a way that it's kind of hard to believe that Israel sort of they're not natural allies, let's say.
That's right, and he's kept them together, and even within his own cabinet. I mean, when you heard Rubio praise President Trump at the cabinet meeting, Secretary of State, he also praised the president's team here on the ground, Witkoff and Kushner. He's managed to quell any infighting within his own cabinet, at least from becoming public. They've been a team on this.
Steve, describe what people are saying in the towns when you go to get a bite to eat or when you're walking on the streets.
You know, Lawrence talked about war, and this is one of the worst stories in the world, the story of a hostage, because it touches everybody. It touches, of course, the hostages who are suffering dramatically, but it touches the family members, the friends. And when you have living hostages, it's almost worse to some extent. There's no sense of closure, no sense of relief. And it's a sort of agony that just doesn't end. It's a sleeplessness. And many people said, October 7th isn't over. And I think for a lot of people here, it didn't end. And now that day is going to end.
You know, Steve, we hear the emotion in your voice because you've done this for a long time. But many of us, we were struck by this war in a different way. This wasn't your normal conflict of two nations that hate each other. This was an attack on innocent people. On one day, there was a clear aggressor in this war. Tell us about that emotion.
We see the damage in Gaza now. We see a lunar landscape. We see people walking back to fragments of buildings. But we also have to keep in mind who started this fight,
That's right.
how it began, and what was done 2 years ago. It wasn't a war. It was a butchering. It was savagery. It was barbarism. That's how this began.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump in the speech he's about to give, one of the excerpts talks about the cruelty of October 7th, and he says, to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and to all the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows, never forget and never again. What do we need to do to make sure Hamas does not regroup and do this again?
This is not an organization that you can live next door to. This is not an organization that can be allowed to exist. We've already heard the IDF say we've got to go in and tear down those tunnel networks. No role in future government at all. No membership at all. I mean, you
want me to check the White House feed? Is the White House feed better? I can pull the White House feed up. Let's see. The White House. Let me see. Is it better? Let's see.
Very much, President Trump. Many years before your first term, already in 2011.
I don't really like listening to that woman. She's got a very, I'd rather listen to them kind of vamp over it because she's annoying as hell.
Situation room and faced a choice.
I don't know. You tell me. Chat runs the show, so you tell me. Do you guys want to hear that? You want the White House feed?
איום על ארצות הברית משמעו איום על העולם החופשי כולו. העקבית ששמה את
Your continued
we'll leave it there.
That you put
Very
America
Indian.
first, but not alone, but not America alone. Do you brought with you to the White House in your two terms 4 months ago after Prime Minister started Rising Lion, you started the Midnight Hammer, which was a very brave action that there was nothing like it until you arrived at the White House. Thus, Mr. President,
all right, I didn't get a refill of my water. I'll be right back.
Nuclear holocaust that Iran wanted to bring about to the world, a country in its parliament, its elected officials cry death to America and death to Israel. And today we can say to the Ayatollah's rule in Iran will not have nuclear power. Thank you, President Trump. Mr. President, today the Jewish people are ending the holiday of Sukkot, and tomorrow it will be Simchat Torah. And 2 years ago in Simchat Torah, it was the most difficult day for the State of Israel since its establishment and for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Many times I came with many visitors to the area of the slaughter, and I saw the horrors. And few weeks after the 7th of October, I accompanied Jared and Ivanka who came to those difficult areas. We saw what we were in Kfar Aza, and we saw what we hope that we will never see again, horrible sights of pogroms, children, men and women, the elderly, they are no longer there. The Satan not only murdered and raped and many of our brothers and sisters, he also abducted the live and the dead. And since then, this has been the longest and the most just war. This wound of our brothers in prison has been when all the nation of Israel has been in pain of the families of the abducted until this morning. For 2 years, in the gallery where the guests are sitting, we had photos of the hostages. But this morning, towards this historical day, we were able to remove the photos, and I will do something spontaneous, and I will remove the pin of that I.
That's what I was saying. I was saying that I think she's kind of annoying. Okay, so let's hear what they're saying here. All right.
For generations. And again, brought by the absolute dogged determination and brilliant decisions over the last 8 years of one man, and that's Donald J. Trump.
And a reminder that President Trump negotiated with both sides and played a hard.
Can Trump fire her? Zwani says, please change the channel tax. Paying my change the channel tax. Oh, God. You guys are hilarious.
Of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East.
This is so much bigger than just the Gaza peace plan. It's the entire region is now going to, as President Trump said when he was in Saudi Arabia in the first visit of his second term, these are people who are ready to trade commerce for chaos. Yes. And technology for terrorism. They're all looking to the future and the prosperity and the peace, which they can hardly imagine it because they've only known death and destruction and terrorism and uncertainty for decades. And the thought that they're going to come to this promised land of peace and prosperity, it's bringing tears to all of their eyes.
Mm-hmm. Katie, we're going to get your reaction to something, but just for our audience, we're standing by waiting for the president to address the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. Because we're in Israel, most of what's being said right now is in Hebrew, but the moment the president speaks, we'll bring that to you live. Katie, I want to go to phase 2 of this plan.
Nice, Fox News. That's why we're tuning in here.
But the tough part is going to be that phase 2.
Carlos says, did you sleep today? Yeah, I slept like 2 hours, hour and a half, 2 hours or something like that. So it wasn't much, but
Done by not just the countries in the region, but really by
Sky News better. I don't know. Is Sky News better? Let's see.
Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to take this moment to address Prime Minister Netanyahu.
This is earlier, right? Is this earlier?
ראש הממשלה, תודה. ראש הממשלה, עמדת בכל שנות
Mr.
כהונתך.
Prime Minister, you,
Oh no, we don't
you,
need that.
the last few years,
I don't want to hear that. I just don't. I don't want to hear that.
Cut off by the people who are in that very region. It's people who used to support Hamas, who used to finance Hamas. Those are the people who have now abandoned Hamas, and rightfully so.
Yeah, KT, the president is expected to say it is an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all these nations working together as partners in peace. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change. When you look at the list, KT, of all of the leaders that will be with him in Egypt, I mean, you have the French president, Turkish president, the UK prime minister, Spanish, Italian. You have Arab League Secretary General, King of Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Indonesia, Azerbaijan, the German chancellor, the Greek prime minister,
Trump not
Armenia,
standing.
Pakistan,
Look at Trump.
Canada, Norway, Iraq.
He's like, I ain't standing no more, damn.
On.
I'm just
so
ready to speak.
You've touched on trusting those younger Arab leaders, or he gained the trust of them. What do you say to, I have some friends that lost their spouses on 9/11, and they can't believe that.
Let's see. Smurf says, first coffee is on me. Also, my lurker tags, hail the snake pit, hail the mage, IDOT, and hail Trump. Yes, I do appreciate you guys and girls being here this morning. So, yeah, last night during my stream, I said that I would cover this. We've been live since 3 a.m. East, or 3 a.m. Central, which was 4 a.m. Eastern. And we are waiting for President Trump to speak to the Israeli parliament. It should be happening here any minute now. So that's what we're doing, kind of waiting. They're kind of doing their pleasantries right now. But ultimately, President Trump is, doing historic stuff. And, he's being, shown the respect that he deserves. And I'm glad that it's happening. Conservative Mama says this tonight for me. I got to sleep at some point. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm gonna get sleep today. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. And but I am in Israel right now. They were nice enough to set me up in my retro room. As you can see, it's my retro room here in Israel. So Mossad set this whole thing up. So I really appreciate them making that happen, getting all my G.I. Joes and Contra 3, the Alien Wars playing behind me, my Interstellar poster, all that good stuff. So, yeah, $7,000 checks. So I was pretty happy with it. Not too bad. So
could do is remain as the kind of CEO.
The sad thing is just be people that are going to think that's legit. Like,
they're the neighbors. They have the vested interest in keeping the peace.
KT, I do find it fascinating that as the president, after he does this address to the Knesset, he's going to be traveling to finish the other part of the peace. And part of the people that are going to be traveling with him there is the UK Prime Minister, and you got Emmanuel Macron, the President of France. They kind of try to undercut the president by acknowledging this Palestinian state. Now everybody wants to be on board with the president's proposal.
President.
You know something, Lawrence? Do you think they'll all be fighting in the corridors to have a selfie with President Trump? I think so. They're all trying to claim credit. They're all trying to be part of the act. They were actually part of the problem, but now they're rushing to be part of the solution.
Well, KT, thank you so much for coming on with us.
For the United States.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Hudson Institute Senior Fellow and Foreign Policy Expert Rebecca Heinrich. She joins us now. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning. When you see these images of President Trump about to speak before the Knesset and know that the hostages that are alive are home back in Israel, what's your reaction?
Well, it's nothing short of a miracle. I mean, you don't
negotiate
with a terrorist organization like.
Are they talking to Trump now? Like that, I kind of want to hear.
Would have been lost without your leadership. And as our sages teach, whoever saves one life, it is as though he has saved an entire world. You have proven that true peace is achieved through strength, and that only those who are prepared to use force in the present can prevent the need to use it in the future. Mr. President, you, more than any other individual, are deserving of the highest recognition for your efforts in promoting peace. Therefore, I hereby announce that together with our good friend, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, we will rally speakers and presidents of parliaments from around the world to submit your candidacy for the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize next year. There is no one more deserving than you, President Trump. No one.
I think the Nobel Peace Prize is beneath Trump at this point anyway.
אדוני הנשיא, אנחנו ניצבים בפני ההיסטוריה ברגע נשגב
Mr.
שיחבק
President,
לדורות.
we are confronting history. It is a very exciting day for the citizens of Israel, a day that we all wished for. In the Jeremiah, it says that from when we hear your cry, there will be a wage for your, and they will return from the country of the enemies, and the sons returned to their borders, to their land. The book of Jeremiah. I would like to, I want to wish all the hostages how happy we are and how good it is that you are back home. The President Trump, who will give us that God Almighty will bless you, your family, your country, and all those who are dear to you, and will make
you, President Trump. May God bless the United States of America, and may God bless the state of Israel. Toda rabba v'chag sameach.
Someone restart her stream. She's buffering. You guys are funny, man. Chat always makes me laugh.
אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש הממשלה, חבר הכנסת בנימין נתניהו.
Inviting now Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, to say a few words.
Oh, well, great. We get to hear from Netflix Yahoo now.
מכובדי הנשיא הרצוג ורעייתו מיכל,
President Herzog and his wife Michal,
מכובדיי הרבים,
and the great honorary guests,
ובראשם
and headed by
ידידנו הגדול,
our great friend,
נשיא ארצות הברית,
the President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Welcome to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. Welcome to Israel in this moving day, exciting day that will be inscribed in the history, on the annals of Israel. And you too, Mr. President, will be inscribed in the history of our nation. And you are already inscribed in the history.
If we do not, like I'm telling you, we better get an official Bucky's announcement for the Middle East. That if they do that, we will have peace in the Middle East forever. Bucky's multiple Buc-ee's locations.
Of the return of the hostages in this day, when we were informed today, an hour ago, that all our live hostages returned back to us.
Need an interpretation
What
of the interpreter.
excitement. How long we've waited for this moment, and we have committed to return everyone. And I want to thank you personally and on behalf of the whole nation. Thank you, Mr. President, President Trump. Thank you, Mr. President.
Now, I know that the teleprompters are working well, though I'm not using them. But I'm not sure about the translation. So I'll say words in English. President Trump, the Knesset welcomes you and your distinguished delegation to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. This is your first visit to Israel since you recognize Jerusalem as our capital and moved the embassy here. Thank you, President Trump, for that.
He did call out the translator indirectly.
There are many other reasons to thank you since your last visit here. Thank you for recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Thank you for standing up to the lies against Israel in the United Nations. Thank you for recognizing in your 2020 peace plan our rights in Judea and Samaria, the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people. Thank you for brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Abraham, Eskhemei Avraham. Thank you for withdrawing from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. Thank you for supporting Operation Rising Lion and for your bold decision to launch Operation Midnight Hammer. Boy, is that, you got to hear this. This is the most fitting name ever named for a military operation, because a little after midnight, you really hammered them. My friends, this is only a partial list, but it's enough to affirm what I've said time and again. Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House. No American president has ever done more for Israel. And as I said in Washington, it ain't even close. It's really not a match. Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home.
I was muted. I'm sorry. I was saying that the more Netanyahu talks, the less I like him. And I already disliked him, but then the more he talks, like I've said, he's like the mall kiosk guy of world leaders. That's what he is. If you've ever been to a mall and the mall kiosk guy makes eye contact with you, that's who Netanyahu is.
We've done it before in the Abraham Accords, and we'll do it again. Mr. President, today the Jewish calendar marks the end of 2 years of war. That war began on October 7th, on the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah. You always tell me, and you tell the world, remember October 7th. Mr. President, we remember. We remember the thousands of Hamas terrorists who stormed into our towns and kibbutzim. We remember the 1,200 people Hamas savagely slaughtered in cold blood, including dozens and dozens of Americans. We remember entire families burnt alive as they embraced each other. We remember the beautiful young Israelis brutally gunned down at the Nova Music Festival. We remember the hundreds of our citizens who were dragged into the dungeons of Gaza, including 12 Americans, men and women, young and old, babies and elderly Holocaust survivors. My friends, Mr. President, Donald, these monsters take babies as hostages. In response to this barbaric attack on October 7th, Israel did what it had to do. With indomitable courage, we set out to defend our people, to defeat our enemies, and to release our hostages. Our heroic soldiers fought like lions. They fought on the front lines of civilization and barbarism. Israel achieved amazing victories over Hamas and the entire Iran terror axis. Sinwar, Dev, Hania, Nasrallah, Assad, they're all gone. Iran's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program, with your enormous help, Mr. President, rolled back. Half the Houthi leadership wiped out. But the price of this victory, the price of these victories, has been heavy. Nearly 2,000 of Israel's finest were lost, nearly half in battle. They left behind parents, spouses, siblings, and children. Their love and laughter, their promise and potential were lost forever. To the families of our fallen fighters, many of them are here, I say, I know the depth of your pain. I know the inconsolable grief that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. The state of Israel bows its head in eternal gratitude to our fallen heroes. Because of these heroes, our nation will survive. Because of these heroes, our nations will thrive. And because of these heroes, our nation will have peace. Mr. President, thousands of our brave soldiers were also wounded, suffering terrible blows to body and soul. Brave soldiers like Ari Spitz. Ari is an American. Ari is an American Israeli who was injured Ari is an American Israeli who was injured in Gaza while searching for Hamas terrorists and weapons. 2 of Ari's comrades were killed in this action, and 10 were injured. Ari was presumed dead, but made a miraculous recovery despite losing 3 limbs. Ari, stand up for a minute alone. Stand up. There you go. There. Ari, you are the spirit of Joshua. You are the spirit of David. You are the spirit of the Maccabees. You are the spirit of Israel. I salute you. We all salute you. Sabine Tassa of Kibbutz Netiv HaAsara is watching us today from the Israeli consulate in Los Angeles. Sabine lost her husband and her oldest son on October 7th. She is the mother of 3 other boys. 2 of them, Koren and Shai, witnessed their father jump on a Hamas grenade to save his 2 sons. We all saw the film of those 2 boys crying out in pain, "Father is dead. Why? Why did God save me?" Mr. President, my friend Donald, I've seen some very tough things in my life, but I couldn't bring myself to watch those boys suffering again. So I didn't see this film except once. Yet Sabine, their mother, has had the strength and fortitude to show this film across the world. And my wife Sarah and I asked her, "Sabine, how do you do it? Why do you do it?" And she answered, "I do it to show the entire world the monsters Israel is fighting and the justice of our cause." This is what she's doing once again in Los Angeles. Sabine, you can hear me now, so I want to tell you on behalf of all of us, you embody the spirit of our biblical heroines, Deborah, Ruth, and Esther. You too are the spirit of Israel, and we all salute you.
Chat just keeps making me laugh. T Down Under says, "Does Jeremy have a shock collar in case he falls asleep?"
Mr. President, you asked me on our many conversations during the 12-day war with Iran, you asked me, how are the people holding up? And I said to you, our people are strong. Israelis are a nation of lions with unlimited resolve to defend our country and secure our future. The people give strength to our soldiers, and the people give strength to me and to my colleagues.
Just read the comments.
The Jewish people have risen from the ashes time and again, but when we formed the State of Israel and the Army of Israel, we pledged never again would be defenseless against our enemies. And that resolute strength not only assures our survival, it assures our future, it assures peace. We have paid a high price for this war, but our enemies now understand just how powerful and just how determined Israel is. They understand that attacking Israel on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake. They understand that Israel is strong and that Israel is here to stay. And this, Mr. President, is the indispensable foundation of peace. Peace through strength. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous day, a day of great joy.
Thank you, Gremlin, over on Rumble. I appreciate it, brother.
Home. My wife Sarah and I have met with the hostage families many times. There were no words to describe their agony, only tears of bottomless sorrow and unimaginable pain. At the beginning of the war, I promised to bring all the hostages home. Today, with the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump.
We know you
and his
love
team,
Trump. Yeah, we know.
And with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise.
Can we get donuts in the chat for Netflix Yahoo for all the glazing
It
of
has
Trump?
been a long journey to get here. In the first week of the war, our brave soldiers put military pressure on Hamas, and the international community put diplomatic pressure on them. This enabled us to secure the release of over 100 hostages. In heroic rescue attempts behind enemy lines, Israel's special forces rescued 8 live hostages and brought back the remains of dozens more. But as time went on, we all know what happened. The diplomatic pressure was turned on its head. More and more governments bought into Hamas's false propaganda. More and more governments succumbed to anti-Semitic mobs in their own countries. They just turned on Israel. They called for us to surrender to Hamas demands, just leave Gaza immediately, they said, end the war without committing to disarm Hamas, without committing to demilitarize Gaza. Had Israel succumbed to those demands, not only would Sinwar, Nasrallah, Assad, and Iran's missile and nuclear program remain intact. Not only that, because in no time, the Hamas killers would be back on the border fence, ready to repeat the horrors of October 7th again and again, as they vowed to do. But just at that point of maximum pressure on Israel, a man named Donald J. Trump was elected President of the United States.
I agree with this comment right here.
And ladies and gentlemen, overnight, everything changed. Everything.
We felt it right here.
Mr. President, thanks to your unequivocal backing of Israel, we secured a second hostage deal within weeks of your election. And in the months that followed, we worked closely together to forge a path to bring the remaining hostages home and end the war. End the war in a way that ensures the disarming of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, and that Gaza would never again pose a threat to Israel. 2 months ago, you fully backed my decision to send the IDF into the last Hamas stronghold in Gaza City. You shared my view that this military pressure would help free the hostages.
I'm about to fall asleep.
And despite all the criticism,
because
all
this guy's
the naysayers,
boring me to death.
We were right. Hamas caved in. And 2 weeks ago, you succeeded in doing something miraculous. You succeeded in doing something that no one believed was possible. You brought most of the Arab world. You brought most of the world behind your proposal to free the hostages and end the war. I want to thank Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Ron Dermer for their great contribution to this effort.
If you keep the camera on Ivanka, it'd be a lot easier to stay awake.
And I want to thank our negotiating team. I believe that the close cooperation between the two of us, between our two nations, combining Israel's military pressure and President Trump's unmatched global leadership. I have to tell you, I've seen a lot of American presidents. I've seen them all in the time that I've been here, and I've been here quite a lot of time. I've never seen anyone move the world so quickly, so decisively, so resolutely as our friend President Donald J. Trump.
I saw someone in the chat say, "You guys are crazy. Would you rather him not like Trump?" I mean, personally, my issue with him is that he just comes off very disingenuous, and it feels like everything he says is fake and phony. And I feel like he uses Trump's overwhelming popularity, and he tries to co-opt that into his own, using President Trump to kind of boost his own popularity. That's what it feels like to me.
Mr. President, this week, Jews around the world are going to read the book of Ecclesiastes, Kohelet, in the Bible. The Bible has many miraculous moments. One of them was your decision to bomb Fordo. I think it was a pivot of history because it wasn't meant only to bomb Fordo. That action and your previous action of taking out Qasem Soleimani, the architect of death, I think that changed the balance of power in the world. You brought America back again to the driver's seat. Now, I said that we're going to read this week the book of Ecclesiastes. It's not a book of action. It's a book of meditations, of thought, a perspective on life and on death. And in this book, we read the immortal words of King Solomon. To everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Et milchama ve'et shalom. A time for peace and a time for war. The last 2 years have been a time of war. The coming years will hopefully be a time for peace. Peace inside Israel and peace outside Israel. I look forward to continuing marching with you on the path we paved together with the Abraham Accords. Under your leadership, we can forge new peace treaties with Arab countries in the region and Muslim countries beyond the region. Abraham's children will work together to build a better future, a future that will unite civilization against barbarism, light against darkness, and hope against despair. And my friends, I believe that with President Trump's leadership, this will happen a lot faster than people think. As Prime Minister of Israel, I extend my hand to hold those who seek peace with us. No one wants peace more than the people of Israel. Israel will always remain vigilant in defending itself, and Israel will always remain full of hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our creed. Hope is our strength. It is time, my friends, to realize that hope and expand the circle of peace. Mr. President, thank you for all you have done for us. I have submitted your nomination to be the first non-Israeli recipient of the Israel Prize, Israel's highest award. As to that other prize, just a question of time, you'll get it. But I want you to get the Israel Prize, our highest award, to our greatest friend. When others were weak, you were strong. When others were fearful, you were bold. When others abandoned us, you stood by our side. On behalf of the government and people of Israel, I thank you for your extraordinary friendship. Thank you for helping bring our hostages home. Thank you for supporting Israel's march to victory. Thank you for paving a path to peace. מכובדי נשיא ארצות הברית, ידידי דונלד, ברוך הבא לישראל, ברוך הבא לירושלים, ברוך הבא.
Many of you are probably thinking, like, man, I'm wondering what Jeremy's thoughts are on all of this. And in a very passionate way, I can just say that through all of these wonderful words from Netanyahu, I still really, really, really want a sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin from McDonald's. I really do. So those are my thoughts.
May God bless you and your family, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. And may God bless the covenant between our two promised lands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you very much for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer. This morning, all 20 living Israeli hostages have been released by Hamas. They are either back home or on their way home.
Yeah, right now, President Trump is set to speak at Israel's Knesset. Let's listen in.
But you'll get it in a minute. Thank you.
The GOAT.
Where? Come on up, opposition. Come on, opposition.
Yeah, okay.
Opposition.
אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש האופוזיציה, חבר הכנסת יאיר לפיד.
Charisma 10, yes. Actually, a charisma 12 for Trump.
Mr. Speaker, members of Knesset, ministers, President Herzog, Prime Minister Netanyahu, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, President Trump. For 2 years, we waited for this moment.
So this was
2 years of sleepless nights,
a blue balls moment
2
right
years
there.
without air in our lungs. Our eyes are filled with tears today. Our hearts are filled with gratitude. Our children are coming home. In the Babylonian Talmud, a sacred book of the Jewish people, it is written, whoever destroys one life, it is as though he destroyed an entire world, and whoever saves one life, it is though as he has saved an entire world. Mr. President, you have saved the lives of our hostages. But you saved so much more. You have saved the souls of the bereaved whose loved ones now will be brought home for burial. You have saved thousands of soldiers who will now not fall in battle. And you have saved millions from the horrors of war. You have saved more than one life and each life is an entire world. This is a historic moment and a reminder that history is shaped by people. It is shaped by those who know the past but have the vision to change the future. When you were elected, you declared that you would be the president of peace. You have kept your word. The fact that you were not awarded the Nobel Peace Prize is a grave mistake by the committee. But they will have no choice, Mr. President. They will have to award it to you next year. Peace will not come by waiting. It will come by building, by reaching out, and by daring once again to believe. You, Mr. President, have done the unimaginable. We will be eternally grateful. But we also need to take responsibility. The destiny of Israel will always be written by the people of Israel. We must now prove ourselves worthy of what has been achieved. From its founding, Israel has said to the world that our strength, our power, rest upon our values. Israel is the strongest country in the Middle East because we are the only democracy in the Middle East. Because we believe in the principles laid in our Declaration of Independence, which says Israel will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. It will safeguard the holy places for all religions. Those are our values. That is who we are as people, as a country. Our neighbors
thanks for
must
reminding
understand
me.
one more thing about us.
Man, I could have got
We
like
are not going
3 more
anywhere.
hours. I could have got 3 more hours.
The Middle East is our home. We are here to stay. Our story did not end in the Bible. It began there. It continues in our laboratories and universities, in our innovation hubs. Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis, they all read the wrong intelligence reports. The real intelligence report on Israel's intentions is found in the book of Genesis. And I will give you and your descendants after you the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. We call upon the nations of the Islamic world and all our neighbors, Saudi Arabia, Syria, others. We are here to stay.
Too.
We can do great things together. Come and talk to us.
What
Mr.
up,
President,
Hailstorm?
you are the one who can make it happen as you did with the historic Abraham Accords. Then too, no one believed it was possible. Then too, you imposed your vision on everyone. While others spoke of difficulties, you created opportunity. You can be the one to bring the next wave of peace. The people of Israel support this. They want this. We are ready. And you can later today in Egypt with your unbelievably talented team, my friends, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, forge a regional alliance that will change not only the Middle East, but the entire world. After 2 years of war, the peoples of this region should look around and ask themselves, whose situation is better? Those who chose the path of peace or those who chose the path of war? Those who invested in their people, in the education of their children, in science and education and technology, or those who invested in hate and in violence? From here, I say to all those who demonstrated against Israel these past 2 years, on the streets of London and Rome, in Paris and in Columbia University. I do not represent the government. As you know, I am the leader of the opposition. And I tell you, then, you were deceived. You were deceived. Propaganda experts, funded by terror money, manipulated you. Now that the war has stopped, you have time and a chance to go and learn the facts. The truth is, there was no genocide, no intentional starvation. The truth is, there was an army and a country fighting in the most complicated conditions imaginable against terrorists who send their own children to die for a follow-up, who use their own children as human shields. The truth is that the democratic state was attacked.
It is like, are we working a peace deal or are we trying to start another fight? Because that's like between Netanyahu and then this, it's like, okay, like, can we just move past this? Like, we get it, you know?
Third idea that supporting Islamic terror is somehow a liberal value. There is good and evil in this world. When you stand with Hamas, you stand with evil. When you stand with Hezbollah, you stand with evil. When you stand with the Iranian regime, you stand with evil. When you stand with Israel, you stand on the side of justice.
Trump is done. Like, Trump is about to fall asleep.
Last week I attended the 7th October memorial ceremony. An inspirational woman called Galit Dan spoke on stage. Galit had a daughter, Noya, a 13-year-old girl who was autistic like my daughter. And Noya was full of light. She loved Harry Potter. On that dark day, Noya was sleeping at her grandmother's, Carmela's house in Kibbutz Nir Oz. Carmela was 80 years old. Their bodies, grandmother and granddaughter, were found embraced. They were murdered together. On stage at the ceremony, Galit said a sentence that moved us all. We don't want revenge, she said. We want redemption. Today, the redemption begins. Israel has endured 2 terrible years on the battlefield.
Yeah, we fucking know that. Like, why are you guys rehashing what? It's like you're trying to justify more fighting and more war at this point in time. That is not what this is supposed to be. This is a peace summit. This is supposed to be about peace, about ending it. And all you guys are doing is regurgitating everything that happened. We fucking know what happened. This is ridiculous.
Forward toward a different future. Our heroic soldiers who saved us all will fold away their uniforms and rise as...
Like, this is why Israel continues to lose the PR battle. You can think whatever you want. You can have whatever opinion you want on Israel. That's irrelevant to it. In terms of the PR battle, they are losing in a way that is hard to properly explain. Young people hate Israel. They despise them. And it's not getting any better. Now, you can argue as to why that's happening, but it doesn't really matter why it's happening. The fact is, it is happening, and Israel continues to make it worse by their own attitudes.
It is the state of Israel. If there were one nation that deserves unrestricted access to GPU chips, to AI and SMR technologies, to American markets, it is the state of Israel.
Somebody said only lefty young people. You have no idea what you're talking about if you think it's only leftist young people that are anti-Israel. You are completely out of your mind if you think it's just leftist, because it's not.
Need to stay vigilant to guard against those who seek our destruction. But the state of Israel is about to reinvent itself. The challenges ahead demand not only strength, but a new vision. It's time to take a new path, to be a nation that is advanced and thriving and peace-seeking. We have waited for this moment, for the end of the war, for the return of the hostages, for the chance to rechannel our grief and loss into the energy needed to rebuild our nation. Thanks to you, Mr. President. Thanks to our soldiers, our lions. Thanks to the millions of great Israeli patriots who filled the streets and the square and never, not for one moment, gave up on the hostages. Thanks to all of them, the strength within us can now rise, succeed, and build for our future and for our children. Thank you very much. God bless the United States of America. Am Israel Chai.
אני מודה לראש האופוזיציה.
To thank the head of the opposition, members of the Knesset.
To invite the President of the United States of America, His Excellency Donald J. Trump, to address
the GOAT.
the Knesset.
The GOAT.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Craig Melvin.
What the?
We are coming on the air with breaking news from the Middle East. President Trump addressing Israel's parliament right now.
Bro, fuck off.
Members of the Knesset and cherished citizens of Israel, we gather on a day of profound joy, of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death, and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism, whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up. And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with. But that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great. Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamas to set the hostages free and to send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect. And I want to thank them very much for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several great American patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible. We were wasting our time. So many people said, "You're just wasting your time." But we weren't, because we had talented people working with us, and we had people that loved your country, and frankly, people that loved the region. They loved the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff. You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East. You would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת עודה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה.
Oh shit! This Knesset member, please expel this Knesset member.
להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף. להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם.
Expel Knesset member Kasif out of the hall. Please expel him immediately.
Sorry for that, Mr. President.
That was scary.
That was very efficient.
Only Trump.
So back to Steve. He's but I tell one story because he was so involved, and then we called in Jared. We need that brain on occasion. We got to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. Okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right. But I'll give you just a quick story because, as you know, he's working on the war with Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never happened if I were president. A shame. 7,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. More than that this last week. It's a shame that it never happened. But it did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this horrible war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first, and we'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called. I said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow. I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. I called up an hour later. Let me speak to Steve. Sir, he's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, that's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later. He was still with Putin. 3 hours later, he was still with Putin. 4 hours later, he started to get the word that he was going to be coming out soon. And in 5 hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? And he says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk about it for a certain period of time, and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's a talent where you can do that. Most people I'd send in, number one, they wouldn't be accepted. Number two, if they were, the meeting would last 5 minutes. And that's what happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he really is. He's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve, very much. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen.
Ivanka's
here.
Trump doesn't sound happy about that.
And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the Avraham Accords because people that, right? Avraham. It's so cool. It's so much sort of nicer, you know, the Abraham versus the Avraham. I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, you know, I sort of split it up. This way we keep everybody happy. But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for anything that's taken place because we had some unbelievably good people working on this. And then you're going to add a man named Marco Rubio, who is also here. That's right.
Marco has been a He has just been a perfect pick. And I was not a fan, but credit where credit's due.
And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that. I believe it. And he and I, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down as the greatest. He will. He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense.
Hegseth is awesome.
And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II decisively. And everything in between and everything before it, we won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick, because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? I just said the hostage. The first time I said the hostages are back, it feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go to war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars, and it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change and our attitude that we're not going to go into a war, but if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength, and that's what it's all about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military in the, right now, history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do it, but some of the things I hated to do. I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous. It's so dangerous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? Huh? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them. And you obviously used them very well. But so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day. And to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land, it has been years since you've known a single day of true peace. But now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, and the ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed, and a beautiful and much brighter future appears suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand weakened, isolated, and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging, and because of us, the enemies of all civilization are in retreat. Thanks to the bravery and incredible skill of the Israeli Defense Forces and Operation Rising Lion, guy's central casting. Let's put him in a movie. Look at him. Great job. And my people loved working with you. Loved it. They worked so well together. But many of Iran's top terrorists, including nuclear scientists and commanders, have been extinguished from this earth. And with Operation Midnight Hammer, boy, that's a great name for that, what we did last June. The United States military flew 7 of those beautiful B-2 bombers. They look so beautiful all of a sudden. They were always, I thought they were pretty planes. I had no idea they could do what they did. In fact, we just ordered 28 more of them. A little updated version. We ordered a whole pile of them. And almost 100 other planes went with them, including fighter jets. And we had 52 tankers, big, beautiful, brand new tankers that were loading them up 4 or 5 times. They've traveled 37 hours back and forth. Think of that. But we had tankers all over the sky for all the other planes. We had the F-22s, the F-35s, F-16s. We had a hell of a lot of planes. So we had 52 gas stations in the sky. That's what they call them. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be flying one of them. We have our great General Raisin Cain right here. General, stand up. This guy, what a general. Thank you. I asked General Cain, I said, you know, we're having problems with ISIS, and I was in Washington, and I asked, how long would it take to defeat ISIS? And my Washington generals told me, 3, 4, maybe 5 years, sir. I said, I don't get it. We got the best equipment in the world. Why? So I flew to Iraq, and I met with a man named Cain. He said, what's your first name? He said, they call me Raisin, sir. I said, wait a minute, your name is Raisin Cain? I've been looking for you for a long time. You gotta be kidding. So they told me 3, 4, 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I sit down with him and I say, why is it? I flew there in the dark of night. I landed, I'll never forget it. It's quite a trip. I'm glad I made it because I met him. I said, could I ask you, General? I come down. He's standing with another general and a sergeant. Everybody was like central casting. They could go into a movie right now. Between him and you guys over here, we could get rich making movies, okay? And they got along so great. That's the beautiful thing, that your military and our military, we got along so great. But
this man commands the room. It's amazing.
But I was told by the television generals in Washington, we have the best equipment in the world. Why is it taking so long? And they said, 4 years. I said, so let me ask you, Raisin, how long would it take you to defeat ISIS? Sir, we can do it in 3 weeks, but you'll probably have some time left over. I said, you gotta be kidding. What the hell are you talking about? They said 4 years. I said, well, sir, look, it's not my place to say, but you're asking me the question. What you have to do is you hit them from the west, you hit them from the north, you hit them from the south, you hit them above, you hit them below. I said, so why didn't they do it? And he didn't want to speak badly of his superiors, which is hard to believe they were his superiors. Should have been the other way around a long time ago, because he's the one that did Operation Hammer. It was flawless. It was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. And I said, so you really think you can do it in 4 weeks? Yes, sir, 100%. You have to do it differently than they were doing it. They were using one base, and it was hundreds of miles away. And he says, we have all these portable bases all over the Middle East. And they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to offend the country where the portable, they wouldn't have even known what the hell the planes were going up, right? They wouldn't have known, but he said, no, they didn't want to defend anybody, offend anybody. And but we can do it in 4 weeks. I said, you sure about that? I'm going to call you back. I'll call you back on Monday. I'm going back to Washington. But you think 4 weeks? Yes, sir, I think we can do it in 4 weeks. We'll have time left over. So I call him on Monday. I say, you think you can do it? 4 weeks. I said, go ahead and do it. He did it. I'll tell you, he did it in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks. So, General, stand up, please. Again, this is a real general. This is not a television general. He doesn't want to go on television. He doesn't want to go on television. I said the other guys love being on television. So we dropped 14 bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally, as I said originally, obliterating them. And that's been confirmed, and everybody understands it. Together we stopped the #1 state sponsor of terror from obtaining the world's most dangerous weapons. And if you think about it, if we didn't do that, and assuming we made the same deal that we have today, there'd be a dark cloud over this deal. And number one, it wouldn't happen because the other Arab and Muslim nations really wouldn't feel comfortable making the deal that we have now, right? If Iran had that nuclear weapon that they were about 2 months away from having. They would have had it in 2 months or maybe less than that. They were right at, this was our last shot. They looked at it for 22 years. This was our last shot. The pilots told me that. They said, 22 years, sir. They looked at it. Our predecessors looked, they studied it. 3 times a year would do drills on that exact attack. And boy, did they get it right. But let's assume they didn't, and let's assume there was large-scale nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran. We couldn't be here today. Even if we signed the deal, which we couldn't do because a lot of people would not want to have anything to do with it, we took a big cloud off of the Middle East and off of Israel.
If you're confused about the speech, it's a Trump speech. This is what Trump does.
And it was my honor to help. But isn't it true, though, that can you imagine the same, let's assume, Bibi, the same documents, we had everything the same, but you had somebody out there that was, in the opinion of everybody, all-powerful in the Middle East. They took a big hit, didn't they? Didn't they take a big hit? Boy, oh boy. They got hit from one side, from the other. And you know, it would be great if we could make a peace deal with them. And I think that's maybe, would you be happy with that? Wouldn't it be nice, I think? Because I think they want to. I think they're tired. Somebody said, sir, they're starting their nuclear program again. I said, let me tell you something. They're not starting anything. They want to survive. The last thing they want to do is start digging holes again in mountains that just got blown up and start. They're not doing this. They want to survive, okay? But I think we have a chance. Steve, you, and I think Jared, come on, I'll call you back for another one. We always bring Jared when we want to get that deal closed. We bring Jared, but Steve, you and Jared and the General and Pete and Marco, you'll get that deal done easy. I think that'll be easy. But first we have to get Russia done. We got to get that one done. If you don't mind, Steve, let's focus on Russia first, all right? We'll get it done. In Lebanon, the dagger of Hezbollah, long aimed at Israel's throat, has been totally shattered. My administration is actively supporting the new president of Lebanon in his mission to permanently disarm Hezbollah's terror brigades. He's doing very well. And build a thriving state at peace with its neighbors. And you're very much in favor of that, I know. And it's good things are happening there, really good things. And with this week's ceasefire, we've achieved the most challenging breakthrough of them all. The most challenging breakthrough maybe ever. I mean, I've never seen anything like. I've been involved in a lot of success. I have never seen anything like what's going on today all over the world. People are dancing in the streets, not just in Israel. They're dancing in the streets of countries that would have never danced in the street about what's happening today. They're dancing in those streets. So this long and difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form. So Israel, with our help, has won all that they can by force of arms. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. I said he's a very nice opposition leader. I think. No, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. Good. He knows what he's doing, right? No, a very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi. But only by embracing the opportunities of this moment can we achieve our goal of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. You don't want to have to go through this again. 8 years ago, I came to this region on a very special first trip abroad as the President of the United States. I came here very early at your request. I addressed the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world gathered in Saudi Arabia and said that it was time to build a future free of the grip of extremism and terror. And interestingly, right now, as soon as I'm finished, I'm quite late. You've kept me quite late between opposition leaders and Bibi's brilliant but very long speech. I thought I was going to run up here, make a speech, and then head to Egypt. It didn't work out, though. And you made a pretty long one, too, sir. But I liked what you all said. It could be worse. Supposing on top of it, I didn't like what you said. That would be no good, Ron, would it? Ron, you did a great job, by the way, Ron.
Unmatched. Dude, unmatched charisma and command. Legendary. This is incredible.
So I'm going to be meeting, actually, in a little while, I'm going to be meeting with the most powerful, the richest nations, really, in the world. Although now, with the tariffs, the United States is by far the richest nation in the world, as you probably have been reading. But the richest nations, most powerful nations, tremendous, headed by some tremendous people in many cases. Some cases I wouldn't say necessarily I would endorse. But I will tell you, some incredible people that really helped us make this all possible. So I'll be going there. I'll be quite late. They might not be there by the time I get there. But we're going to give it a shot. But the journey we started back then led to the crushing defeat of the ISIS caliphate, to the monumental Abraham Accords, and ultimately to the historic ceasefire this week, in which many of those same nations really played a very pivotal role, I have to tell you. Steve will tell you that. Jared will tell you that. Together, we've shown that peace is not just a hope that we can dream about. It's a reality we can build upon day by day, person by person, and nation by nation. And because of that, the Middle East is finally ready to embrace its extraordinary potential. You have extraordinary potential in this region. It should now be clear to everyone throughout the region that decades of fomenting terrorism and extremism, jihadism and anti-Semitism have not worked. They haven't worked. They've been a disaster. They've just killed. They've killed. They've backfired completely and totally. They've just totally backfired. Everything that you thought, take it worst case, it's turned out to be worse than that. They have not worked. From Gaza to Iran, those bitter hatreds have delivered nothing but misery, suffering, failure, and death. They've served not to weaken Israel, but to annihilate the very forces that did the most to foment this hatred. And it's really, everybody that's tried it has become irrelevant. Meanwhile, we've seen those nations that set aside their differences, reached across ancient divides, and pursued engagement are now among the most successful in the region. They're getting along with Israel, and they're doing great. And I can tell you the 4 nations that joined the Abraham Accords early on, and you'd all be doing me a favor, and I'm going to be saying this in a little while to some other friends, would love you all to, is this right, Jared? Join up in the Abraham Accords. We have to join up and get together. You can have that whole thing filled out. We had a very weak administration, worst president in the history of our country by far. And Barack Obama was not far behind, by the way. And they did nothing with this incredible document, the Abraham Accords, but now you can fill them up. Now you have peace, you have people that really like Israel. I'll tell you what, and they like Israel a lot more today than they did even 5 weeks ago. Like, you've made a lot of, you've come back. You've come back strong, because it was getting to be a little nasty out there in the world, and ultimately the world wins. You can't beat the world always. I would say to Bibi,
oh my goodness,
it's now time, and he understood it better than anybody, because ultimately, you know, the world's a very big place, and I've said a lot. I said, this piece of land is very small. It's unbelievable what you've done with that tiny. You look at a map even of just not the world, the Middle East, and you have this little dot. And think of what you've done. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Yes, he is. He's calling them out to their faces. It's absolutely masterful what he's doing.
But the world is loving Israel again. And I said to Bibi, you know, the world is big and it's strong. And Ron, ultimately, the world wins. And we don't have to worry about that now. But there was getting to be a period of time over the last few months, you know, the world wanted peace and Israel wanted peace. Everybody did. Everybody did. And what a victory it's been, right? What a victory it's been. If you would have gone on for 3, 4 more years, keep fighting, it was getting bad. It was getting heated. The timing of this is brilliant. And I said, Bibi, you're going to be remembered for this far more than if you kept this thing going, kill. It would be it would not be the same. And I just want to congratulate you for having the courage to say, that's it, we've won. And now let's enjoy our lives and let's rebuild Israel and make it stronger and bigger and better than it's ever been before. You're going to do that. Took a lot of guts. And the choice for Palestinians could not be more clear. This is their chance to turn forever from the path of terror and violence. It's been extreme, to exile the wicked forces of hate that are in their midst. And I think that's going to happen. I've met some people over the last couple of months that want to see it happen very much. And after tremendous pain and death and hardship, now is the time to concentrate on building their people up instead of trying to tear Israel down. We don't want that to happen again. And the total focus of Gazans must be on restoring the fundamentals of stability, safety, dignity, and economic development, so they can finally have the better life that their children really do deserve after all these decades of horror. I intend to be a partner in this effort in the sense that we're going to help and we're going to do something that became unbelievably popular. Everybody wants to be on it. It's called the Board of Peace. Okay, how about that? Is that a beautiful name? Like a board of peace. The only bad thing from my standpoint, every single nation involved has asked me to be the chair, and I'll tell you, I'm very busy. I didn't count on that, but you know what? If we do it, we'll do it right, and we have unbelievable power and wealth, because you're going to need wealth. You're going to need wealth to rebuild things, and they have wealth like few people have wealth. I want to thank the Arab and Muslim nations for their commitment, as they've made to support a safe rebuilding of Gaza and beyond. I have many Arab countries, very wealthy countries, that came up and said, we'll put up tremendous amounts of money to get to rebuild Gaza. And I think that's going to happen. The power, they want dignity, they want to come forward, and they want to say, and I want to say who they are, because what they're doing is going to be, I think, something that you're going to be very impressed with, Bibi. And you need that. You need the kind of economic power that they have, and they want to see it work, and they want to see it be safe, and they want to see it be good for Israel, too. And as much money as it will be, and it's a lot, as you can see, it's a lot. For these countries, it's relatively little relative to their worth. It's really a lot of money like most people could never even conceive, but for these countries, it's not that much, especially because it ensures success and stability in the Middle East, which is what they want to see. So many of them will be with us in Egypt in a little while, I think. I'm not sure. They may be gone. They may have taken their Boeing 747s and left. I said, what kind of a plane do you fly? 747. I said, that's a large plane. No, they may have. Steve, do you think they've left on their their brand new Boeing 747s? Or I don't know. We're going to find out soon. It's going to be a big story. There'll be 2 people left, and they'll be the 2 poorest ones. But it will be the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations. So the group that we have assembled, that's waiting for us, is the wealthiest and most powerful group ever assembled at one time. There has never been a group like this. And they're only looking for good. They want good. They're going to do good. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who's doing it, because they really deserve to get the credit, and some of them probably won't want the credit, but they deserve it. It's more obvious than ever that the productive and responsible nations of this region should not be enemies or adversaries. You should be partners and eventually even friends, and that's what's going to happen. I know it. Together you can stand against the forces of chaos. Yeah, you go ahead. That's an important point. Because you can stand against the forces of chaos that threatened all of your interests, and it's always a big threat, and unleash incredible prosperity and opportunity for all the people of these lands, and that's what's going to happen. You're going to unleash numbers and success, the likes of which Israel has never been able to think of, because you're so firm, and you should be, and you've done the right thing in defending yourself. You're not going to have to worry so much about it. You've won, and now you can build, and you can do things that you never even thought possible. When you put that genius into doing something else, it's going to be something it's going to be a miracle. The miracle in the desert, it's going to be amazing. And it already is in a true sense.
Thank you.
But it'll be wonderful when you can spend time thinking about other than war and defense and offense also. To that end, it's my firm hope and dream, frankly, that together the Abraham Accords will turn out to be everything that we thought they would. Those 4 countries were very, very brave in doing it. They did it at a very early point, and every single one of them benefits unbelievably financially. And if you noticed, even in this bad period that we just went through, they all remained a member of the Abraham Accords. They've done unbelievably well. And you know who you are, and I want to thank you. And they've stayed because of loyalty, but they've also stayed because it was really good business. They've made a lot of money being members, and you're going to all, I hope that every one of the countries that we're seeking, Jared, I hope they join quickly. No games, no nothing. Just join, get it. It's going to be a great peacemaker. It's really going to bring it together beyond anybody's wildest dream. So instead of building fortresses to keep enemies at bay, the nations of this region should be building infrastructure to weave your commerce closer together, because you've got to compete with the big world out there in commerce now. It's a different kind of competition. Instead of making weapons and missiles, the wealth of this region should flow to schools and medicine, industry, and frankly, the new hot thing, artificial intelligence. It's a lot of intelligence you're going to have to be thrown off to pay back these sums of money that they're doing. But that's really the hot one. And I might say that the United States, a year ago, was a dead country. I say it to people. I heard it first from the King of Saudi Arabia. I then heard it from UAE. I heard it from Qatar. I heard it from many other countries. A year ago, the United States of America was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. It is the hottest. There's no question about it. In fact, if you go back a year ago, before the election, although once we had November 5th, we became hot because people got it. I would say November 5th was a time that we became really hot. But once you go back a couple of years, if I were in charge and the country was doing what they were, nobody was going to ask me to speak. Nobody asked Joe Biden to come up and speak, I guarantee you that. And if they did, he would have turned them down, I promise you. He didn't speak. He didn't speak, and he didn't speak well. But all of the countries in the Middle East, it could have, what we're doing now, it could have happened a long time ago, but it was strangled and set back almost irretrievably by the administrations of Barack Obama and then Joe Biden. It was, there was a hatred toward Israel. There was an absolute hatred. The setbacks really started when President Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal. This was a disaster for Israel, and it was a disaster for everyone. And I remember that Bibi Netanyahu came to the United States and worked so hard to try and get Obama not to do that deal.
Thank you, Bella.
He worked so hard.
Even if it's a bot Jeremy streaming.
But it was like talking to a wall. I remember him telling me it was like talking to a wall. They wanted to go with Iran. They chose Iran, frankly, over a lot of other good nations, but specifically Israel. And that was the beginning of a very bad period of time. You had Obama go out, and the Iran nuclear deal turned out to be a disaster. And by the way, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and I was very proud to do it. Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life. I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal. All right, they do. They want to make a deal, and we're going to see if we can do something, because this is crazy what's happening, and we're not going to have this anymore. Neither the United States nor Israel bear the people of Iran any hostility. We merely want to live in peace. We don't want any looming threats over our heads, and we don't want to even think in terms of nuclear destruction. It's not going to happen, never will happen. There's nothing that would do more good for this part of the world than for Iran's leaders to renounce terror, stop threatening their neighbors, quit funding their militant proxies, and finally recognize Israel's right to existence. They have to do that. They have to do that. And to Iran, and as you know, this is not said out of weakness. There's no weakness. But I'm going to say this, that we are ready when you are, and it will be the best decision that Iran has ever made. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And they're good people. I know a lot of Iranians in the United States. They're good people, smart, hardworking people. They don't want to see what's happened to their country. The story of fierce Israeli resolve and triumph since October 7th should be proof to the entire world that those who seek to destroy this nation are doomed to bitter failure. The state of Israel is strong, and it will live and thrive forever. And that is why Israel will always remain a vital ally of the United States of America. Israelis share our values, field one of the world's most powerful militaries. You really do. You have an amazing, what a job you've done. And have one of the most innovative economies on earth. Those are just a few of the reasons why I'm proud to be the best friend that Israel has ever had, and they all say it in the White House. They all say it. I guess it's true because everybody says it, baby. You said it today. Thank you. But as president, I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and ultimately I terminated Iran's nuclear program with things called B-2 bombers. It was swift, and it was accurate, and it was a military beauty. I authorized the spending of billions of dollars, which went to Israel's defense, as you know. And after years of broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that, they kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I could think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got 60 billion in the bank, 60 billion. And I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, we would do. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must tell you. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman. She is a great woman. I've always stood for the people of this community, and I always will. I'll always be with you. I'm always going to be with you. I guess maybe something could happen to change my mind. Somebody that's really stupid gets into office and wants to do really bad things, but that's about it. We don't think we're going to have that happen. I hope we're not going to have that happen. And this man is a good man right here. These two men are good men right here. Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon.
Trump is just doing all kind of crazy stuff right now, man. Holy crap. He's calling people out. He's working the room. This is a masterful speech. He's covering everything. And unbelievable.
By the way, that was not in the speech, as you probably know. But I happen to like this gentleman right over here, and it just seems to make so much sense. You know, whether we like it or not, this has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. This has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. And cigars and champagne, who the hell cares about that? All right, enough controversy for the day, right? Actually, I don't think it's very controversial. So, you know, I mean, I see so popular. You are a very popular man. You know why? Because you know how to win.
The pardon he's talking about is for Netflix Yahoo.
Over the past 2 years, I've met many of the families of the Israelis taken hostage and those that were taken hostage. Unbelievable. I've looked into their eyes. I've seen the worst nightmares of their suffering, but I've also seen something else, the beautiful love of the people, the love of people, frankly, that hold things together, the love that gives you the courage to carry on through thousands of years of persecution and repression and to emerge with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love that's defeated the enemies of civilization, built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy, and forged one of the great democracies of the world. That is why it's a true honor to stand here today and address this assembly in your ancient and eternal now capital, Jerusalem. I'm proud to have helped in that regard. This city and this nation stand as living proof that a much brighter future for this entire region is truly within our grasp. For thousands of years, Jerusalem has been a home to Christians, Jews, Muslims, and people of all ethnicities and creeds. This is the holy center of the world's three great Abrahamic faiths. I like that too. Adorned, it's the first time I've seen that word in a while, adorned with their sacred sites and alive with their pilgrims and visitors from every corner of the globe. But here between the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the hill called Calvary, people of every faith and background live, work, pray, serve, and raise their families side by side, and they do it with love. This example is just one of the modern miracles that Israel has given to the world. And just in closing, the leaders in this chamber know better than anyone else the challenges of this harmony, and it's been easily won. No, it hasn't. It has not been. It's been so tough, but it has been, some say, a miracle. What you've done is a miracle. Look at your size. Look at your chances when it all started. And you know, if you think about it, you are safer today, stronger today, and more respected today than at any time in the history of Israel. Think of it. People used to say it wouldn't exist. They don't say that anymore, do they? Yet if safety, security, and coexistence can thrive here in the winding alleys and ancient paths of Jerusalem, then surely peace and respect can flourish among the nations of the broader Middle East. The God who once dwelled among his people in this city still calls us, in the words of Scripture, the turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. So he still whispers truth into the hills and knolls and valleys of his magnificent creation, and he still writes hope into the hearts of his children all over the world. And that is why even after 3,000 years of pain and conflict, the people of Israel have never given up from the threats of Zionism, from all sorts of threats. You want the promise of Zion. You want the promise of success and hope and love and God. And the people of America have never lost faith in the promise of a great and blessed future for all of us. From the very first day that modern Israel was founded, we have stood together through thick and thin, the thin of setbacks and through victory and defeat, through glory and heartache. We have built industries together. We have made discoveries together. We have confronted evil together, and we have waged war together. And perhaps most beautifully of all, we have made peace together. And this week, against all odds, we have done the impossible and brought our hostages home. So now we're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Arab Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before. And I want to thank you all once again for this exceptional honor. This has been truly an honor. It's seldom that a president is invited to do this. And I love Israel. I'm with you all the way. You will be bigger, better, stronger, and more loving than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you.
More loving.
God bless the United States of America, and God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That is the President of the United States
What?
speaking in Israel today to a packed crowd. There were
What an unbelievable speech. There is so much to unpack. He masterfully complimented Israel, praised them, and simultaneously called them out to their faces, called out Netanyahu to his face multiple times. Then worked the pardon angle, called out Obama, called out Joe Biden. What an incredible speech.
Walks over to speak to is President Herzog after asking.
I mean, just unbelievable. That was a master class. Stood up in front of the Israeli parliament and called them out to their face. Unbelievable, man. A true, he's the alpha of alphas.
Age of the Middle East.
Yeah, he kept referring to his conversation with the prime minister where he said, Bibi, the world is big and it's time. And he said, I believe that the prime minister was ready for peace. Of course, he always said that Hamas started this fight. Let's bring in Benjamin Hall. What did you make up of this historic speech, Benjamin?
What a remarkable speech this was, Lawrence. You know, it was first of all a speech of celebration. This was President Trump taking credit, really, for in just 2 weeks since he first proposed the 20-point peace plan, for it coming into action. And he talked about seeing those hostages being released, which for 2 years has been the main goal of Israel. Get those hostages home. And if you see some of those images and videos that are just being released, they're meeting their families, you will just see what a significant move and moment this is for that whole country. So yes, it was about peace. It was about how terrorism can never work. It was about moving on. And he said that time and time again. Hatred and terrorism will never work. Instead, we must build. And that was his next big message. It was a message to the region and a message to the world about how if you leave the horror behind, you can build something great. And he talked about the relationships that he's developed between the in the Abraham Accords and how it might possibly grow. And he talked about these wealthy nations coming to help Gaza and to rebuild Gaza. He said to them it's going to cost a huge amount of money to rebuild Gaza. They say it could be up to 50 billion, perhaps more. But he said that is so little for these wealthy countries when you bear in mind what could happen for the region. And he was also very set, and he's talked a few times about the importance of a strong military. You know, President Trump believes firmly that it is through a strong military that you can lead to peace. And he talked about striking Iranian nuclear facilities. He talked about the relationship with the military between the US and Israel. And he was very clear that if you commit these kind of terrorism acts, you will be crushed. But if you come to us with peace, we will have open arms for you. And he reached out to Iran. He said, we are waiting for you as well. You could be next. You know, he said, he knows a lot of Iranians back home, and this is their moment to come to the table. Though he did then tell Steve Witkoff that perhaps they should deal with Russia and Ukraine first before then moving on to deal with Iran.
So he's traveling to Egypt now. I have no idea how long that's going to take. How long it'll take him to get from Israel to Egypt. Obviously, it's not that far by plane. So I would imagine he's going to get there in the next hour, something like that. So I'm not sure. So I think I might go eat and then just fire up another stream. So about an hour. So yeah, so I think I'll just eat and then fire up another stream. And so that might be the best best scenario. Mexican Iron Man says this is astounding. Trump, greatest president ever. He's cleaning up the messes Obama, Hillary, and Biden created. 100%. Absolutely. That's what he does. So you guys go. Is Jay live? Welcome to the rebellion. I think he's live right now. Oh yeah, let me get a couple of these super chats over on Rumble. Gremlin says, as a 10-year vet who lived in war zones most of my service, I get why people shit on Israel. But if all of the Arab countries say F US, they are the only country we could stage in to handle it. BB can F off. Yeah, I mean, that's there is a strategic advantage to it. Some people aren't willing to even understand that. So it is what it is. Gremlin also says BB knows he's effed as a PM now. I'll be shocked if they vote him back. He knows it too. It's why he kept the war going as long as he did. Thank you, Gremlin and America Man and Dork Man for the gifted memberships as well over on Rumble. Greatly appreciate that. J-Rod says, let's raid Drunk 3PO. Let's see here. I don't see him live. So he is live. I'm saying in the raid feature. So thank you, John Murdoch, Bella, Stella. Thank you for streaming this, Jeremy. All hail the 199, even if it's bot Jeremy streaming. It is bot Jeremy streaming. So it always is. So because again, I am not allowed to read super chats if they are below 50, because I'm the AI version of Jeremy. So there you have it. So that's the only way. Let's see. All right. Here's Jay. Go over there. Yell at him. I don't know why this is not working. Why is YouTube broken? Like, what the hell is going on here? So there's Jay. I can't full screen it for some reason. It's not working. So nothing's working right now. But anyway, you guys go support Jay. Go show him some love over there. And I will be live here a little bit later. And we will cover the yes, it's broken. Yeah, I mean, look, I am on this isn't my primary setup, so I am operating off of a laptop right now. So nothing seems to be working correctly. So anyway, go show some love to Drunk 3PO. And don't read this if you're a hostage. Mossad set all of this up. Look at this. Look at that. They set up my retro TV. They set up my G.I. Joes. Like, that's pretty nice of them. That's pretty cool. So anyway, all right, guys, thank you so much. I will see you guys here probably in the next hour, and we'll cover the Egypt speech, because it's probably going to be just as much as a banger as that one was. So thank you, guys. Go hang out with Jay, and I'll talk to you in a bit. Bye, everyone.